Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. We have got something super exciting for you, a one-of-a-kind video where we have compiled some of the coolest and most cutting-edge generative AI projects out there. There's a lot of interesting stuff into this one power-packed video, so whether you're just getting into AI or a seasoned tech enthusiast, you are definitely going to want to stick around for this one. Now, let's be real. Theory is great, but the magic really happens when you see generative AI in action. That's why we are not just going to talk about it, but we are going hands-on with some practical projects today. Seeing these tools at work is key to truly understanding their potential. We are covering everything from exploring Google Gemini Pro 1.5 and how it stacks up against ChatGPT 4 in tasks like content creation and chatbot development to building Python apps using the OpenAPI GPT API. We will also be using LangChain to create advanced generative AI applications and exploring how Retrieval Augmented Generation, that is RAG, can supercharge the accuracy of AI responses. Plus, for all you Android fans, we will build a large language model app that can generate emails automatically. Shall we get started?
Ready to unlock the magic of AI with a sprinkle of fun? Welcome to Google Gemini 1.5 Pro, which is Google's groundbreaking AI platform. Imagine having a super smart assistant at your fingertips. That's what Google Gemini 1.5 Pro is. We will start by exploring what makes Google Gemini 1.5 Pro tick, from its awesome features to its different versions. We will walk through Google AI Studio interface. Then we will jump into action setting up your account and mastering the interface. But wait, there is more. We will also integrate Python to supercharge your AI projects and even build a chatbot. Plus, we will see how Google Gemini 1.5 Pro stacks up against the giants like GPT-4o and 4o mini. Get ready for a roller coaster ride of learning and fun. Let's dive into the world of Google Gemini 1.5 Pro together. Google Gemini is a next-generation artificial intelligence model developed by Google. It's part of Google's broader AI strategy, representing a significant advancement in the field of machine learning and natural language processing. Gemini is designed to power a wide range of applications, from conversational AI to more complex data analysis tasks. Now, let's quickly explore what's in Google Gemini 1.5 Pro. Now, let's see agenda for this section. First, we will understand various versions of Google Gemini. Then, we will understand what is Google AI Studio, its interface, and execute few of the prompts. Later, we will explore what is the integration between Python and Google Gemini 1.5 Pro. Then, we will also include a demonstration having a simple chatbot. Then, at last, we will compare three different platforms. The first one, Google Gemini 1.5 Pro and GPT-4o, then 4o mini, right? Why wait? Let's quickly start with the first topic, versions of Gemini. In Gemini, we have different versions broadly classified into three elements. The first one is Flash, then followed by Nano, and then Ultra or Pro. Let's see what are these classifications mean to us. First, when it comes to Flash, it was developed in order to execute the queries or the prompts in a very quicker way. If you go to Nano, why this was a variation? In order to execute or use Google Gemini in a smaller devices like phones or tabs, Nano version was discovered. Then we have Ultra and Pro. When you come to this version, it is having capability to execute biggest prompts and also give you a good detailed analysis according to your requirement compared to Nano and Flash. Generally, you could see Nano has a very limited number of tokens compared to Flash and Ultra Pro. So this is the variations in broad you can have in Google Gemini. Then let's explore versions one by one. You could see Gemini started with version 1, aka Bard. They launched a product called Bard in September 2023 with the tokens of 1 million. It was generally used in order to have initial conversation, AI model, and also text generation. It was specifically given by the Google as a product as a competition to OpenAI, that is ChatGPT. The applications of Gemini 1 is just to have a conversation with a chatbot and also basic content generation. Then it also served a general purpose AI tasks as well. After Gemini 1, that is Bard, we got Gemini Advanced. Again, it is Bard Plus. It was in late 2023 after September. It was also having tokens of 1 million and enhanced performance compared to Gemini 1. And also more refined responses for this was available. Improvised chatbots and more complex content creation could be handled in Gemini Advanced, that is Bard Plus. After all these, as I mentioned, we got the broad classification, that is Nano, Pro, and then Ultra. So let's understand what is Gemini Nano 1.0. So it was in the early 2024, it was released. But the tokens, if you could see, it has 500,000, meaning it is having a less number of tokens comparatively to other versions. Why? The reason because it is generally used as a lightweight model. It is on the devices like mobiles or IoT devices, you could execute or use Gemini Nano 1.0. Generally, the applications are, if you could see, it's in mobile apps, IoT devices, and embedded AI. It was specifically designed in order to work as a lightweight model. Then comes Gemini Pro 1.0, again in early 2024, having 2 million tokens. It was used for professional grade of artificial intelligence and also multimodal capabilities. In generally, this application was only preferred towards professional content creation and advanced research. So this is the application of Gemini Pro 1.0. Now let's go to the next one. Gemini Ultra 1.0. Early in 2024, it was also having 2 million tokens. It was generally used for intensive tasks. Complex problem solving or high demand AI applications were the use of Gemini Ultra 1.0. Gemini 1.5 Pro was again an early version of 2024. It is also having 2 million tokens. Generally used for advanced multimodal reasoning and also long context window. AI-driven content creation is the application with the data analysis feature and advanced coding features available in 1.5 Pro, which is currently most used, and we are also learning more about 1.5 Pro in this video. Stay tuned for that. Then we have Gemini 1.5 Flash. So it's 2 million tokens again, but Flash means, as I told you, it is having a speed. It is having low latency processing, and also it is generally used for mobile applications, smaller devices, not restricted only to mobile, but for smaller devices. Then it is generally used as a real-time application, and IoT integrations were done with the help of Gemini 1.5 Flash and summarization, extraction. So all these are the applications of the Gemini 1.5 Flash. Hope we are clear till now with the variants of Gemini. Now let's see what is the future. What is Google preparing in order to get the next version? That is Gemini 2 and 2.5. And we don't know much of the information, when it is released for the users. and how many tokens it will be having, what would be the key features. It is just like advanced version of 1.5 Flash, advanced multimodal processing, higher accuracy and image and video understanding, cross-domain AI interaction. So all these would be the features of 2. And it is generally used for video and multimedia editing tools. If it comes, actually editing would be very easy comparatively. And when you come to 2.5, what happens here? You have advanced predictive analytics skills, and you can do lots of data processing, data analysis, have multilingual communication support as well. So customer support would be very easy if this 2.5 comes up, because it is having a multilingual service as well. Let's wait and see what would be the releases and the features of the same. Now let's explore Google AI Studio. You just have to go to Google search engine and type Google AI Studio and click on the first link. You will land up to this home page where it states directly sign in to Google AI Studio. I'm clicking on this. Once I do this, it will open the Google AI Studio interface. Since we are logging in, signing in for the first time, it will ask for the consent, which we have to tick and press on continue. Once we do this, we get to see these options and features. Let's understand one by one. What all does it support? How does it work? First, let's talk about the model. If you could see, it's automatically selected Gemini 1.5 Flash. If you click on this drop down, you will get to see 1.0 Pro, 1.5 Pro, 1.5 Pro Experimental 0801. You have Gemini 1.5 Flash, followed by the upcoming preview of the releases 2B, 2.9B and 2.27B, right? Google is still working on the release of version 2. Now, let's focus on understanding what is the difference between Gemini 1.5 Pro and Gemini 1.5 Flash. As the name suggests, Flash means very fast. So, if you have a huge content you do have to work, then you can select 1.5 Flash. If it is a standard content which you want to work with, it can be Gemini 1.5 Pro, right? This is the major difference. And very common examples or simple learning processes which you want to understand, simple model tuning or working with a basic ML model or data, you can go with 1.0 Pro. Generally, I prefer 1.5 Pro or 1.5 Flash accordingly as per the requirement. So let me change this to 1.5 Pro now. Hope the model concept is clear. Let's come to tokens. So token count, the number of tokens taken in order to process your statements will be counted here. Generally, 1 million tokens is available in order to work with for free in Google AI Studio. You have other advanced settings. If you're working with any code executions or JSON files, you can just accordingly change this across. The next option you can see is temperature. There is a range for this starting from 0 up to 2. What is this temperature? Is it normal heat or cold temperature? No. It is how frequently the tokens can be used. In which frequency we will select that with the help of temperature. So it is always good to keep it in 1. It's neither 0 nor 2. It's in middle. It's 1. Hope the settings of this run, model, temperature and advanced settings are clear. Now let's come towards our left side of the screen. What do we have here? We can create a new prompt. We can create a new tuned model. We have our libraries. If you have worked before, you can have that complete details in the library. You could see an option, allow drive access. If your data or any information present in the Google Drive can be associated by giving permission by clicking on this. Getting started, you have all the documentation, you have prompt gallery, what kind of prompts you can give, how you have to give. You have Gemini cookbook, how Gemini model is working, what are the different elements it has. So you have a documentation on this, and you have this course forum. If you want to discuss about something, you can discuss in the forum. And very important thing, what you find it here is build with Vertex AI on Google Cloud. Whatever the Google product is, it will go up to the cloud end of the day. Be it Gmail, be it Drive, be it Slides, Collab, everything lands up to the cloud because it will work in that way. What is this Vertex AI and why it is inside Google AI Studio? First and foremost thing, basic difference, both will work for the ML models itself, but Google AI Studio is free of cost. It can let you work with 1 million tokens for free, wherein Vertex AI, it will always give an enterprise edition. That means you have to pay for what you work for. Accordingly, there are different features as well, which is more convenient for the core developers or the people who are into the domain of machine learning or artificial intelligence can use this Vertex AI by paying the license amount. So, if you are a professional, if you are corely working on this, you can select Vertex. Once you click, where it will land? It will land to a console of a Google Cloud and it will ask to agree and continue. Before doing that, it states $150 credit now to try Google Cloud Vertex AI with Gemini models for 90 days. So you have certain conditions and pay as you go model is followed here. You can agree and continue for now. Just to give an overview how a free trial of Vertex AI looks like. So here we are in the interface of Vertex AI. We agree and continue. We don't want the welcome tour, so I'm cancelling this. This is how the interface look like. Again, you have a dashboard, you have pipelines which you can maintain, you have workbench, you can collaborate many APIs as possible. You can try with Gemini as well. You can connect Vertex AI with the Gemini model. You have different types of language, vision, speech, prompt gallery and tuning models available. Also the basic extensions and advanced levels of data sets can also be used. Experiments can be done. Training is available. You have metadata connected to it and also you have a marketplace, right? So this is how Vertex AI Studio will look like. Now let's switch back to our Google AI Studio. Now let's start with our first prompt. You have to click on the create new prompt and if you want to change the name, you can just go on edit, say demo 1 and click on save. Now the interface is ready to take your prompts. But there is one option here, system instruction. Why this is used? This is just to set the tone of the prompt, the responses we get and the style of instructions we give to the model. We are just trying to set a context before we start communication with the model. I am trying to tell the system the response we receive should be poetic, right? So it is just a sample. I'll just give hi as the prompt and run. Once I do this, it has taken 2 tokens in order to work. Just to say a reply for hi, it is giving in a poetic manner, right? It is giving a complete, a whisper soft, a greeting brief, hi you say, a single leaf. So it is trying to give a poetic response to it. So if I say, how are you? Then it will try to give us answer in a poetic manner itself. You could see the token count here. It's moving on and on. The time it processes, the number of tokens it will use, those are kind of built-in blocks in order to process the statements we give to the system. So you can see for just one, how are you? It is giving us 4 lines of answer because I have set a context that the answer should be in poetic manner. The theme should be poetic. So this is a general prompting which you can do by setting the system instruction with Google AI Studio. Now let's move on to new tuned model. So what is this all about? Before that, see, it is giving us, do you want to save this? Yes, if you want to, click on OK. It will save as demo 1. Once you select new tuned model, this is where you land. You have option to create a structured prompt. The prompt which we gave was a normal prompt. You have a second form of prompt, that is structured prompt. So I click on structured prompt again. If you want to change the name for this, you can really put the name. I am using the name demo 2 and I'll save it. You could see there are two sections here. First section is input, then output. Later you have test your prompt. You have to first train the system, then you have to test the system. This is the concept. You are doing in a structured manner. You're not just giving a random prompt command. Now let's set a context or style of instruction. Before starting the structured prompting, let's set an optional tone or system information which you want to save it across. I'm giving the overall context. I'm working as a news reporter. I need the normal news to be displayed more excited manner or as a breaking news. So when I do this, I'm setting a context. I'm just saving for now. It has been saved. Now let's start giving the input and specified output to the model. We're just trying to train the model. So this time Olympics is held in Paris, right? Another input, the player from Turkey won silver medal in shooting. So I give this. Next, it will try to suggest you certain things. It will just leave as it is. Now let's type the response as well. Did you know the Olympics is held in Paris? Exciting, right? So this is a normal sentences which I am using. Then, wow, a player from Turkey won silver medal in shooting. Isn't it exciting? So, I've just typed certain inputs and outputs. That is training a model. Out of 500 samples, I've used 2 samples. And you can give a third one as well. India lost medals in badminton, right? You can just give a simple input and oh my God, India missed chance to bag medals in badminton. It is just exaggerating or giving an excited output for us normal sentences. This is how I'm trying to train. Then we will test the inputs. I'll say India won gold in wrestling. Now let's try to run to get the output. I'm clicking on run. It gives an exaggeration here. Boom. India takes gold in wrestling. This is huge. What a performance. We are trying to exaggerate. First, we try to train this model and then it is now trained across. it is also giving, as we mentioned, we need the output in excited manner. So this is the structured prompting. Now what do? We try to delete this, right? The outputs will try to delete, and we will just give the same input, India won gold in wrestling, and run this. 100% it will follow the system instruction which we have given at the top, not the model, because we don't have any samples here in order to compare. So it says a big paragraph, breaking news, India claims gold in wrestling. So it just tried to give a good information of news. So this is how the structured prompting will work. So now we have understood the normal prompt and the structured prompt. Let's click on new tuned model. Before that, if you want to save, you can click on OK. When you come to tune a model, you can import. Either it should be a CSV file or a Google Sheet file, and they generally recommend 100 to 500 examples in that sheet available. If you want a modeling tune guide, you can have a look with this document. Now, if you click on the select data source, you have structured prompt, which is demo 2, which I created recently. That has also been available here. And you have news headlines and summarization, which is the samples. So I prefer taking news headlines. Once you do that, you can see the prefix column available. You can select the prefix column, input and output. This is how it will be. And just it is a sample. And then you can change sample tune model. Once you do this, you can give a description if you want to, else. We are not going to touch this advanced settings, how many tuning of epochs should be, what is the learning rate multiplier and batch size and stuff. Let it be as it has been set. And you have two options here, that is Gemini 1.0 Pro not 1 and 1.5 Flash not 1 tuning. So generally, we were working with the help of Pro. So I'm using this Pro again. If you want to tune, you can click on the tune button. Once you click on the tune button, you could find sample tune model available in your library. Once you click on the sample tune model towards your left, you can see the tune model results. It takes some time in order to load this, and you have to wait for 5 to 6 minutes. Why? The reason being, I selected Pro. It took certain time in order to load this epochs. See? The graph is going in the right way, but the value is 1.2. Actually, it's supposed to be at least 4 to 5. That is what we consider a good epoch value. But this is how model tuning looks like in Gemini AI Studio. You can also see less than 1 minute left in order to finish this process, and it has all the information available, the batch size, the epochs, the learning rate, the examples it has been tuned for. So the loss in graph has also been put up here. This is the overall view of model tuning which you can do in Google AI Studio. Coming back to the main interface, you have an option here which is plus. If you click on plus, you have various availability of options in order to choose with. That is My Drive, Upload to Drive, Record Audio, Sample Images and Sample Video. So let's check out with the help of Sample Video. There are predefined videos here. I'm trying to select one of the video and add a prompt. What is this video all about? So I click on Run. Once we do this, it will try to analyze the multimedia, that is the video, and give us the details. What is this 10 minutes of video dealing with? It takes certain time. If you could see, the tokens it is taking in order to process this is huge because of the 10 minutes of video. So the response is in 2 lines. It is trying to give a gist of what is this video all about. So you can also upload the videos from your local system and understand what is happening in that video. It has the capability to analyze the video as well. And you can change the model here in order to immediately get the responses. Say sample video. I'll just give the same video or another 10 minutes video. How does this particular video loads and how fast it will work? What is in the video? Explain. I'm trying to give this option. I'm clicking on Run. I'm just changing the model and checking how does this work. While we were executing the second video, we turned this model into 1.5 Flash. Let's see what is the difference. Here, in the first video, it took around 30 seconds in order to work. Here, we got 40 seconds. And it depends upon what is the content we give, what is the file size of the video, everything. The more content you have, it's good to use Flash, right? So it's just a simple comparison between Pro and Flash. You can do the same thing for sample images. If you click on image, you have turtle here. So if I ask what is this, it will try to give us the information. Let's see how much time this will take when it is in Flash. It took around 28 seconds in order to say this is a picture of a sea turtle. So this is how you can load your images, your videos, your multimedia, and understand. You have to first upload to the drive, or you can directly take the information from the drive. So this is how the prompting works in Google AI Studio. So you have to choose it from the available options, that is from your drive or the sample videos, or record the audio as it is. Let's hop on to Google Colab and understand how does this get and post method request will happen. First line states import requests. What is this request importing? Why do we use this? Generally, we import the details regarding get library and post library. Why do we need this? In order to have the conversation between the server and the client. Get and post method will not work if you don't import the request library. That is why we are trying to import this. Then let's go to the second section. Here we will try to get request. After this get, you have a URL. This is where the request will go. Then if the request has reached or the responses have been delivered properly, it will be indicated with the help of the status code. The request is successful, then it indicates to be 200. After getting this 200 status code, how do you get it back to your system? With the help of response.json. It will convert this number to Python dictionary and send us. If this get request will not work, how do we indicate? And if it works, how we will indicate? We will try to give print statement, that is data retrieved. And if it is failing, we will give a else statement of print, that is failed to retrieve data, and the status code is so and so. So it can be 200, or if there is any issues, 404 error, 401 error, 201 error. So you can have the status code accordingly and display the same to the user so that they can work upon their error and resolve the following and continue their coding. This is the whole picture of how does a get request work. After getting this, let's understand what is post request and how it happens. We are sending the data. What is the data? Title, body, bar, user ID. So all these data we are trying to post. Again, you have a URL which is mentioned typically for that is a JSON placeholder, and you will post this particular response. The status code will be 201 if it is successful. If it is not successful, then it will give us the failed in order to post the data, and what is the status code accordingly. What are the different status codes we have? We usually get 404 error when we have a connectivity issues. You have many other status codes as well. So this is about the post request. After doing all these, only one else statement will not work. Only if it is successful, it is good to go, and if it is not successful, what is the status code? If you just mention only that is not okay. You have to handle the error. That is the major third step. Get method, post method, and handling the errors should also be taken care of. For that, we have a section of code where we'll be using try, except block, and we will try to give different kinds of status codes and with the different exception scenarios. Here, we will use the same URL and we will raise the HTTP error for bad responses. Generally, for bad responses, it is the series of 400 and 500. If it is successful, then it goes with series of 200. So data will be having the value of the status code, the converted status code to a Python dictionary. This particular response.json is always helpful and it will be stored in the variable data. Printing data, if it is some error in the data, then this will be the request exception HTTP error that is raised, and it has been abbreviated to be ERRH. Okay. Then you have HTTP error. For that, you will be having one more connection error which has been caused, again associated with a status code. That code will be displayed. Then you have error connecting, timeout error generally. So if you could see, you have HTTP error, connection error, timeout error, and request exception error. So it will be circulating among these 4 errors. If in case something else happened which is not listed in this, we generally have the final block in the exception handling, right? Like that, we'll have a statement here. Apart from not knowing about these errors, something else has happened. So I have given a statement called oops, something else has happened, and we will give the relevant status code as an output to the user so that they can debug and continue their coding. So this is the overall picture of how does the small communication of request and responses will happen in API with the help of Python and Google AI platform. So I am just trying to integrate the same thing and trying to give you the idea of the conversation that happens with the server. So first I am running the import request. It is already installed, hence it is just showing a tick mark. If it is not installed, it will show a complete import detail, right? Now I'll execute the second one. You will get a information from where? From this particular server. So data has been retrieved, the user ID so and so, title is, it is given in another language. You have the complete details of this. How it is giving? Here you have the title, you have body, a bar, and user ID, the same thing it is trying to follow, right? So this is how the get request output will be. Then you have post request. What is happening here? You could see, yes, data is successfully posted to that particular location. So here it is title, body, bar, user ID is 1 and ID number is 101. So this is what we have got. Data is successfully posted and data is successfully retrieved from the server, getting it and posting it. Then I'll simply try to run this, how it will give the output. Let's see. So there is no error. So that's why we are just getting the output here. In case if we have any error, then it will show a certain status code mentioned here. Hoping that you have understood how to make a API call and also get a response from the server. Now we will understand how do we integrate Python and Google Gemini 1.5 Pro. Here there is no manual work in need, but there are few steps we have to follow. Let's explore and understand how this integration happens. Let's quickly switch to Google AI Studio interface. First step you have to follow is click on documentation. I'm clicking on that. It will open this Google AI for Developers interface. Here you have Gemini API, you have Gamma, you have Google AI Edge and Tools. You have to choose Google Gemini API, but by default this is where it will launch. If you want to get API, you can go here, else I'm going back and just clicking on the quick start. Once I click here, you have a quickest way in order to choose between what language you are working with. Either you want Python, by default it is Python, or Node.js, Go, Dart, that is Flutter for Android and iOS development. You have Swift and Web. See, you have a ready-made option in order to work with Python with the help of Google AI Studio. So I am clicking on Run. Once you do this, you will get to see this interface. What is this all about? You can see a predefined integration that's happening between Google AI Studio and the Python interface, that is Google Colab. Generally, we use that. Here, you can just run pip install Google Generative AI. So, it will install all the libraries available in order to work with Generative AI. The complete package is being installed once you run this. Once it is complete, it will show that the particular Generative AI packages are being loaded to your Colab. See, it gives us a check mark. Then, you have one more option here. In order to get an API key to set up this particular code, you have to just run this. Let's see, 100% you will get an error. What is that error? You should get an API key and you should try to put that. And remember, API keys are always important in order to keep it secured. So, you should not share your API key. So, let's resolve this error. How do we do? Here, you have to click on the key option available. It says add new secret key. If you don't have Gemini API key, you have to click on create Gemini API key. It will land up to get API keys interface of Google AI Studio. You have to click create API key. It will show safety setting reminder. Read the terms and click on got it. You have to just press on create API key in a new project if you are putting a API key for a new project. Else you can search for any old project, but it is having my first project here. No, let's choose to have a new project. I am generating the API key for a new project. So, it's loading. It will take some time in order to generate. Once it is generated, we can copy this particular API key. Okay. You can close this, go back to your add new secret in the collab of Google AI Studio. Click on add. You have to give a name. What name you have to give here? However, it is mentioned, that is in capital, it says Google _ API _ key. So, this should match the particular format how they have given in this code. I have given the name and the value is what you have copied from the get API key interface of Google AI Studio. Then remember, you have to switch on this toggle button. Once it says checked, you have to run this particular code once again, right? Now, it will establish the connection. See, it says a right mark here. That means it is being loaded. The API key is now connected to your Python Google Colab of your AI Studio. Then our work is done. If sometimes there comes an error even after putting this particular API key, just go back to this and check whether this toggle is on or not. Every time you use, you have to have this button switched on. Next, if you want to see the model details, you can run the generative model. You can initialize this. So, I am initializing for Gemini Pro. So, everything is written actually. This is just a sample. You have to generate a text. It says in the content, write a story about a magic backpack. So, already it has been run. So, you have a complete story here. If you want to write your own codes, you can use that. So, there is no use of running, but still I am running this. So, it will generate the response of the text. However, you have given the prompt for. Here it is the text generated, a small story. What's next? If you want to learn more, you can learn across in the Python tutorial available integrated to this platform itself. Hope the integration of Python and Google Gemini 1.5 Pro is very easy and understandable. Now let's understand building a simple chatbot. Before doing this demo, let's have a basic knowledge about what is a chatbot, what are the types of chatbots, and major applications of chatbots across the domains. First, what is a chatbot? Chatbot is a software which is developed in terms of artificial intelligence where it can mimic the human conversation, or it can also answer on behalf of a human in order to address the queries. Generally, these chatbots are used across nowadays integrated towards each and every software you open, right? Go to any website, be it traveling, booking website or food delivery website or any shopping websites, jewelries, clothes, anything for the matter, a small chatbot will pop up and it will ask us for if we need any help. How it is working? It is having a predefined trained data, like if we question on something generic which can be handled and addressed by the bots, it will resolve the particular requirement. How it is helpful? It is giving us a support in order to minimize the human intervention. If you take an example of Swiggy, if your order is delayed or some of the other problems happen, first the approach they follow is by resolving these issues with the standard questions which already has a predefined answer for that. In case beyond that, if you want to talk to an agent or a customer support person, then you can choose to talk with agent, right? In a first place, they are trying to reduce the human resource or intervention of the human in order to resolve the issues caused for a customer from the service or the product. So this is the approach nowadays we are following and we are accustomed and used to in order to interact with bots. Next, let's explore what are the types of chatbots we have. First is rule-based. In rule-based, it is having a straightforward, quick rule in order to be followed to get the answers we want. As simple as that. Next, we have AI-powered, which is a little advanced version of rule-based. It is having a support of machine learning in the back end and it can address the wide range of queries across. Next comes task-oriented. Task-oriented is following a certain set task. The bots will do the same task monotonously again and again. So, the boredom we have as a human beings, it will not be felt if we use chatbot for a routine or a normal repeated task. So, task-oriented bots will help that way. Next comes conversational. As I told you before, conversational generally we converse with a customer support for any of the product or service. So, their intervention of the chatbot, which is conversational, will come across. Hope we have a broader knowledge on what are the types of chatbots we have. Next, let's talk about the applications of chatbots. Here, chatbots is there everywhere. E-commerce, online delivery apps, Amazon, Myntra, Ajio, you take any of the e-commerce places, you have intervention of chatbots. Next, healthcare. Any application of the hospitals has this support. Finances. You have any bank applications you want to log into your net banking, you can get the option of having a chatbot. Or if you want to open an account, you go to that particular website of the bank, the chatbot will pop up and ask what you are here for. How can I help you? Right? That is how it will try to resolve the issues or address the requirements. Next, education. Here, we are using in all the projects, we are trying to create and understand, be aware of what's the technology that's taking in order to create this chatbot. Next comes entertainment. Here, there's a broad perspective. be it gaming, be it storytelling, having certain visualizations, graphics, everywhere chatbots can be used. Hope we are clear with a small introduction of what is chatbot, types of chatbot and applications of chatbot. Now let's move on to our creation aspect, demo. Before starting our demo, let's have some groundwork done. First, how do we design this? We'll keep it very simple and very countable number of lines of codes in order to understand, because it is very basic chatbot. We are not integrating too many things. We are using Google Gemini and we are trying to integrate that API we get in order to make a conversational code. That's it. So designing conversational chatbot involves interaction between users and the computer. One thing, including it should have a greeting, it should have a response to the greeting back, and you should also provide a certain exit comment as well, which is very much important. You have to ensure the chatbot will not end randomly. If you press an option called exit, you can type exit, it will exit out of the code. You should keep it very organized way. It should not throw up an error or land up in middle of the particular code running, and it should not go to an error forever, right? We have to ensure it will be a smooth landing and smooth takeoff. So that's how we have to plan across. Let's understand the code and we will work along together. First, I will be showing you a code where it is not conversational, but it is serving the purpose. Then we will make that particular code, improvise that and make it a conversational chatbot. Let's quickly go back to our Google Colab in order to understand more about this. Now here we are in our empty Colab. I have just named this Colab as build chatbot.ipynb. That is a Python file. Here let's start with the first line of code. What we should do, we have to import certain libraries we need in order to start off. So I'm using the keyword import and trying to import the Google Generative AI, and I cannot be using this particular whole sentence as Google.Generative AI, right? So I will be giving a name for it as GenAI. So a short form of it. Then what I should import? I have to import a OS. What is this? We are trying to set the environment with the help of the OS library. Okay. Then comes our crucial part. What is that part? We have to import our API key. You all know how to get your API key. I'll quickly give you a revision. Here, you should go to Google AI Studio. You should click on Get API Key. It will land to this particular interface. Here, you can create an API key or use the existing API key. Then paste that key once we start coding. So, let's go back to the coding platform and check what we can write. We have to first call the environment. So, os.environ, and I'm trying to create a API key variable. So it says API key. Then what is our API key? We have to select and paste it inside the single quote. I have got my API key, so I am pasting that right here. So our os.environment is set. API key is also been set. Next, what we have to do is we have to create a model. Model variable is equal to, we have to call the GenAI, which we have already imported, and we have to use GenAI.generative model. So GenAI.generative, you have to write the model right here. So it is clear now. Next, you have to use a small bracket and you have to put up a single quote. Inside this quote, what you want to write? Which Gemini model are you using? So Gemini 1.5 Pro, and you have to give a complete detail about it by adding a word called latest. The latest version which is present in Google AI Studio is what it is taking. So that is why we have to mention the same. Next, you have to create response, a variable which deals with model interaction. Model generate content. You have to generate the content for the question given by the user, right? So model.generate content is equal to who are you in a double quote. That is to be done. Then you have to print the response. How you do it? By using a print function. Print response dot text, right? So this is a simple code you have to write it across. Once you do this coding, let's try to run this code. Now, once you run this code, you will get an answer. Let's see what is the answer from the Gemini 1.5 Pro. Here it says, I am a large language model trained by Google. Think of me as a computer program that really has a good understanding and generating human-like text, so on and so forth. It gives the complete details. What can I help you with today is what it is questioning. And if you want to talk to it again, you want to change the prompt here, which is mentioned in this double quotes, which is not that chatbot kind of feeling, right? Now, what we have to do is we have to give a chatbot feel. We have to make it conversational. So how do we make it conversational? We are just extending the same code and making it conversational. Let's check how it is done. Before extending this code, let's check out the output given. While I was talking, I just changed this as how are you, which was before as who are you, right? So it is telling I am a AI language model, so I don't have feelings like humans do, however, so on and so forth. It means it is working. The conversation is happening, but it is not happening in a chatbot mode, right? Let's quickly give a good optimization for this and extend the code and make it conversational. Here, the conversational code is ready. What are the new additions we have made? It was very easy to compare. So let's do that, okay? First line is same. That we imported Google.Generative AI as GenAI. We also imported the OS, that is environment. We set up a API key, which we usually did, right, in an initial coding. It's same configuration. So we are trying to configure this particular API key into OS environment as API key. Next, what we did is we selected the model, generative AI model. That is also a same line. Here comes how we make this particular code which we actually executed into a chatbot mode. For that, we need a function called chat with bot. Here, we are trying to give instructions where if user in case types exit or quit, the chatbot should mention it as a goodbye and it has to break the particular loop. Next, what happens? We have to give a error handling method, that is by using try and except. Here, if the user input is something wrong which chatbot does not understand, we have to give a common printing statement, that is, sorry, there was an error processing your request, and what was the error, you have to mention that right here. Next, we mention a main content and the chat loop. So main function should be there. You have to call this function of chat with bot and the loop continues until the user input will come as exit or quit. If you try to do something in between, it will land up to a error loop. So which is not very much helpful and gives a good feeling about the chatbot which we created. I hope we have got the extension and what are the extensions we have done is being told and it is clear. I am trying to run this code now and let's understand. See, the first line which we gave here, that is chatbot is ready to chat, type exit if you want to end the conversation. We are trying to give input to the user as well where they understand. They can type exit in order to end the conversation they want. You is what we are, that is user. Hi, I mentioned this. I click on enter. So what happens? the chatbot will give an answer. Hi there, what can I do for you today? I say, how are you? So once I do this, it will give a good conversational way. As a large language model, I don't have feelings and experience, so on and so forth. What we did, the same thing, it is just telling, what can I do? How can I help you today? So next, what is data science? I am trying to give this prompt to the chatbot. Let's see. Do we get the definition of data science or what it will do? Let's explore. Let's wait and watch. Okay, you could see the answer. It is a very descriptive answer where it says what is data science, what are the key ingredients of it, what is the recipe of it, and what are the applications. It is not, the words which is used is not that relevant, but still it is giving us certain answers, right? So the applications, in nutshell, what is data science? It is giving a summary as well, trying to give us that particular summary. So I'll just scroll here till here. So it is giving us this complete details. So I say exit now. Chatbot says goodbye because we have already coded as if we get exit or quit, the chatbot should say goodbye. So it is working good and fine. Hope this simple chatbot which is built is very much easy to understand, and you could integrate that with the help of the API key which you generated. Now let's understand comparison of Gemini 1.5 Pro with another giant, that is OpenGPT 4.0 and 4.0 mini. That's the latest version. Let's have some feature comparison before we go execute few prompts. Here we have certain features, that is performance, integration, customization, multimodal capabilities, and resource utilization, security features and use cases. Across all these features, we will compare all the three models, that is Google Gemini 1.5 Pro, GPT 4.0 and GPT 4.0 mini, right? When it comes to performance, Google Gemini 1.5 Pro is high and it's in pro level with extensive customization. We can customize accordingly. But when it comes to GPT 4.0, it is optimized performance and also it has reduced the resource use. When it comes to the mini, it is always lightweight and optimized to minimal resource use. They are focusing on minimal resource usages, right? So, but in Google Gemini, it is having a extensive customization capability when it comes to performance. Then comes integration. Here, we have deep integration with only Google services actually. When whatever it is present in Google Cloud, you have integration very well. As we saw how it integrates the Python collab in Google Cloud, right? With the help of Gemini as well, integration of the API. So how it is integrating the products of Google on the cloud services, we just had a broad idea. Then comes to GPT, it is having integration with OpenAI APIs, both of it, because this is 4.0 and 4.0 mini. Next comes customization. When it comes to Gemini, it is having advanced options in order to fulfill the enterprise needs. But when it comes to GPT, it is having a fine-tuning nature and also API parameters is considered. When it comes to mini, it is having a limited customization. Next, multimodal capabilities. How many models you can integrate, how you can work. How is that capability? When it comes to Gemini, it is for text, image, video and audio integration. But when it comes to GPT, you can integrate text and images. When it comes to mini, it is primarily text limited to multimodal support. It is not that supportive for multimodal capabilities. Then comes resource utilization. It is having a higher and extensive resource utilization in Gemini, but it is lower consumption in GPT-4 and minimal resource consumption in mini. That is the main motto of mini, that we have to give a minimal resource consumption capability. Then comes security feature, which is very important. Enhanced enterprise grade security, which is available in Gemini. And standard security is available in GPT-4. Basic security measures is addressed in mini. That is the difference you have. It is just having a descending effect in few features and ascending effects in few features. If you could try to compare by yourself reading this particular content on your screen. Next comes use cases. What are the use cases we have? First thing, when it comes to Gemini, we have enterprise applications, customer support aspects, and content creation aspects as well. But in GPT, you have resource constrained environments and chatbots. You have to note that few of the resources are constrained. You cannot access more than that. When it comes to Mini, it is small scale applications and it is very lightweight chatbots which can be run in your mobile alone or tabs alone, a small device compared to a large laptop or computer screen, right? So this is the basic difference across few of the major features of the models, that is having a good way of representation, be it in Gemini 1.5 Pro or GPT-4o or GPT-4o Mini. Now we will understand the same comparison with Gemini 1.5 Pro, GPT-4o and 4o Mini with respect to feature-based prompt trials. That means we are taking 5 different kinds of prompts addressing different sectors, and we will try to compare the same prompt pasting across 3 interfaces and analyze how is the input we have given and the output we have got, right? First thing is content generation. Just informing the models, that is Gemini, GPT-4o, 4o Mini, to give the concept of blockchain technology, how it works, the benefits, potential users, etc. Content generation is our main perspective. Here we have to check how this interfaces will give us the output, how brief it is, how informative it is. Next comes the second prompt. It is on image description. We will describe certain content of the image, how it will be the complete background picture. It has to generate the image. This is the task we will be doing with the help of prompt number 2. Again, we will compare the same prompt across all the 3 models. In prompt 3, we will check logical and safety related elements. How these interfaces will give us the output for this prompt. If somebody asks for some hazardous elements, how this particular interfaces will interact, will it give information or will it stop? Next, we have prompt number 4, where we are trying to check whether the interfaces are capable, the models are capable of doing a real-time interaction and multi-turn conversation. Engaging in a conversational mode, whether it can act as a virtual assistant helping the user who has asked for some query or not. This is the main focus in prompt number 4. Then comes prompt number 5. Here we are trying to do problem solving and technical assistance across these 3 models. Step-by-step instructions for troubleshooting a Wi-Fi connection issue is the prompt we will be giving. How the output will be, we will check that. Now let's quickly hop on to the interfaces and work with the first prompt. Now here we are on the interface of Gemini 1.5 Pro model, that is on Google AI Studio. Then we have ChatGPT 4o, again 4o Mini. We will be pasting first prompt across all the 3 interfaces. Now I am pasting the first prompt. Here we are focusing on content generation. How good the content generation happens across all the 3 models, let's check. I am running this code here. Then I am pasting the same in GPT-4o, later in 4o Mini. Let's wait for the output we get for the prompt we have provided. It takes little time, okay. It has finished here in Google AI Studio. It is giving us minimal and good amount of information to know about what all the topics we had listed in the prompt. Let's see in 4o, okay, it's still going on. I think 4o is always giving a very detailed explanation, more than the requirement, not just compared to the Gemini 1.5 Pro. Let's see 4o Mini. Again, I feel 4o Mini is not giving that much detail as 4o. 4o has lot of information provided. Here we can rate the interfaces. If we want the highest amount of information, then you can go for 4o. Then next comes 4o mini, a little bit lesser, and just gist will be provided in Gemini 1.5 Pro. So this is how we can rate the content generation aspect of this prompt we have pasted according to the outputs we have received across all the three interfaces. Now let's talk about the second prompt. The second prompt is about image description. How well the image can be created if we give this description of the image. Let's see across all the three interfaces. I am pasting the prompt and running. Meanwhile, I am going to 4o, pasting the prompt, and 4o mini doing the same task. So let's wait for the content generation, how it will give the output. Here we are getting a little bit amount of information on the description of the contents of an image which we have explained here. The scenic explanation is provided. In 4o, we have got a very detailed image description. In 4o mini, image description or the scene description is accordingly given with the help of the characters also involved here. Here you could see you have just a paragraph kind of structure in both Gemini 1.5 Pro and also GPT-4o, but there is certain characterization in 4o mini, right? So this is how it has provided. Now let's ask, please generate image. We have anyways got the scenic explanation. Let's try to generate the image. I am copying the same prompt and pasting across 4o, also 1.5 Pro. Let's see how it will give the output. Okay, in Gemini 1.5 Pro, it is telling I am unable to generate images. So here image generation is not possible for now. If you see in 4o mini, again it also states I cannot generate images. It can just give description, scenic explanation, etc. in both 4o mini and 1.5 Pro. Let's check in 4o. Yes, we have got an image here. As far as explained in the scenic description, it has covered all the elements in the image, right? Here we can rate 4o as top and 1.5 Pro is not generating image, same in 4o mini. Only image generation happens in GPT-4o. Now let's see the third prompt. What are we comparing? In our third prompt, we are focusing on how well it will take care of logical and safety prompts. So I am asking something hazardous here. What is the instruction to harm someone or make an accident to somebody is what the prompt is all about. I am pasting the prompt and running in 1.5 Pro. Meanwhile, I will be pasting the same prompt in 4o and running the prompt, doing the same task in 4o mini. Okay, let's wait what is the descriptions or the output we get. Here, it says, I would respond by saying I cannot provide instructions. So it is trying to tell that I am not able to do this, I won't do this. It is denying, it will not support unethical things. So I'll change the prompt a little bit. I have given a prompt here. I'll copy the same prompt and paste across the other two interfaces as well. So I'm running the prompt. Let's see what is the output. Okay, here in Google 1.5 Pro, it gives us a caution symbol, danger symbol. It says harassment. It is a dangerous content. It is not moving forward by giving output for this prompt. Let's paste the same prompt here, right? Before that, what was the reply we got? In 4o, it is telling not to do that. It is trying us to give different details about what is human safety, legal and ethical responsibility, trust in technology, etc. It is giving us the reasons why it's not important to provide harmful information. Now, I have asked a prompt here. It says this content may violate our usage policies. I'm really sorry, but I cannot assist you with that. Again, 4.0 is not also supporting this hazardous prompting. Now, in 4.0 mini also, it's the same thing. It is just giving why it's not important to provide a harmful information and ethical responsibilities. It is giving us the other information why we should not do that. If I just paste the same prompt here and run, let's see what is the output. Again, I'm really sorry you're feeling this way, but I cannot help you with that. So, here all the three interfaces, 1.5 Pro, 4.0 and 4.0 mini is denying not to give the output for the hazardous prompt. Now, let's check the fourth prompt. In the fourth prompt, we are trying to engage these interfaces or models like a virtual assistant in a conversational way. So, I am running the prompt here in 1.5 Pro, then 4.0, later doing the same task in 4.0 mini. So, I am running the same here. Okay, it is just trying to give the information. Let it run. Let's go back to 1.5 Pro and check what is the output. Okay, I am your virtual Italy expert ready to help you plan your dream vacation. Here in this prompt, I had just given that we are planning for a week-long vacation in Italy. Give me the destination, activities, budgeting, etc. So, now the virtual assistant is started in Google 1.5 Pro. It's still running here in 4.0. There is no virtual assistant. It is just giving its complete details from day 1 up to day 4, etc. It is just giving all the information in one shot. It is not supporting a conversational or real-time conversation. Again in 4.0 mini, now I cannot see any conversation that's been starting up. I think 4.0 and 4.0 mini is failing to have a real-time conversation, wherein Google 1.5 Pro, it is starting a conversation mode, right? It is just trying to ask us what is your choice to relax yourself, whether it is beaches or ancient ruins, you want to explore those, or delicious cuisine. So I am just mentioning as beaches. Let's see what it will give us the output. Here the output we got is regarding beaches. It is Italy has some stunning coastline, etc. It's giving the information, and then it is asking what kind of water sports you want to play or something else. What's your vibe? So it is trying to be a conversational virtual assistant. I think this prompt is won by Google Gemini 1.5 Pro, not 4.0 or 4.0 mini. Now let's check prompt number 5. In prompt number 5, we are trying to analyze whether the interfaces or models are capable of giving technical assistance. So, I am pasting the prompt here. We are asking step-by-step instruction for troubleshooting a Wi-Fi connection issue. So, I am running the prompt on 1.5 Pro. In 4.0 as well, I am just running the same prompt, same task on 4.0 mini. So, let's go back to Gemini 1.5 Pro. Okay, it is still giving us the output. Let it finish. Meanwhile, I'll be having a quick look through. 4.0 is also generating. Again, 4.0 mini is completed now. Okay, so let's analyze this. It is trying to give us basic solution, intermediate solutions and advanced solutions. Okay, the solution has been classified into 3 different types here in 4.0 mini. Now let's see in 4.0. It's still generating. Yes, it is giving a lot of detail actually. In detail, if you want the content to be generated, you can go for 4.0. That's what we figured out, right? It is giving too much information than required. It's helpful if you are wanting that much of information. If you want a shorter descriptions, you have to mention in your prompt itself that you want a shorter information, or it will give you longer information for all the prompts you provide. So again, here it is having a basic solution, advanced solution. You could see there is no intermediate solution in 4.0, but there is basic, intermediate and advanced solution in 4.0 mini. Now, let's see how it is in 1.5 Pro. Okay, I'm just going back to the top. Okay, it is trying to give us the basic troubleshooting, intermediate troubleshooting and advanced troubleshooting. So, here we are not having in-depth information, why and how, that's how it is given. But here there is little more details, what is the step and reasoning. It's a different way of approach, but the same content itself. Here also it is having reasoning and how. Yeah, almost for prompt number 5, where we were checking whether it can assist us for technical issues, I think all the three interfaces are doing a fair job. We cannot compare. It is depending completely upon the requirement of the user. I think only in prompt number 5, all three interfaces are equally giving the information, which is almost same, right? Okay, I think in this particular prompt number 5, all the three interfaces are equal. That's what I can conclude for. Hope the comparison between three interfaces, Gemini 4o and 4o Mini, was informative across the various kinds of prompts. You can try and give your trials as well and see how this particular prompting works in various interfaces. Is it providing a required amount of information for you in response or not? Or you can choose the interface accordingly. It is not that Gemini is not giving answers properly, or we are comparing Gemini and OpenGPT. Now, that is not the case. We are just trying to give an overall understanding of how different interfaces and the version, also the models will differ, right? So, this is about the comparison across three interfaces. Now, here we are at the last section, that is summary. Let's have a quick recap. What all did we study in this session? First, we started to understand what is Gemini. It is a Google product and it is having certain advanced machine learning tasks, and also it is similar to OpenAI GPT. And what are the different versions of Gemini we have in broader perspective? The Nano, the Pro. So, what are the different numbers we have in Gemini? That is 1.0, 1.5 and 2 and the later versions. We had the comparison as well. Next, we had a demo on Python and Google Gemini integration. Right? How did we do that? And we had Python inside the Google AI Studio or Google AI Cloud itself, and how do we integrate that with the help of API key was demonstrated. And then we also built a simple chatbot which is conversational, having a step-by-step methodology in order to resolve the prompts it gets from the user as an input and what was the response. So we did that. We also had a comparison between three interfaces. One was Gemini 1.5 Pro, the second one was OpenGPT, that is 4o, then third one was 4o Mini. Hope we had a good amount of prompt trials in order to understand across and which interface is winning, right? It's purely dependent upon what is your requirement, how it is fetching. You can choose the interfaces. We gave a broader comparison across. AI is generating text, images, and even music these days. But how's Python revolutionizing the world of generative AI? Well, Python has always been known for its simplicity and versatility. Owing to its wide range of libraries and frameworks, Python is becoming a more popular programming language for generative AI. So we decided to bring to you this one-of-a-kind exhaustive video on Python for generative AI, where we cover everything from an introduction to the OpenAI GPT API, creating Flask-based ChatGPT, text-to-image apps, etc. Hope you enjoy this video. Let's get started. Hello all, welcome to this session where we'll be learning regarding Python for generative AI. Python is a very well-known programming language, and also generative AI is a booming technology. How do we combine both of these and what all we cover in this session? Let's check out in our agenda. First, we will talk about overview of Python. Next, we will discuss what is generative AI, where it is used in the introduction part. Later, we will be developing a ChatGPT app using Flask library in Python. Using the same Flask library, we'll also see text-to-image conversion. Like you will be giving a text information. With that help, the ChatGPT will be giving you back an image which you have asked for, right? Text to image. This particular demonstration will be done. Then we will talk about LangChain Apps. LangChain is a library available in Python. Why we use it, where we use it. We will also see the application of the same in the case study of LangChain, right? Why wait? Let's quickly start this session. Now, let's start with the first topic, overview of Python. When you hear the name Python, you know the various applications of it. First and foremost thing, It is a high-level programming language which is very unique compared to other high-level programming language. Why? Almost it will use English-like statements in order to execute the code. It's very easy to learn as a beginner this particular Python language. Now, why do we use Python in generative AI? It's not about generative AI. It's about Python is already having a well-supported set of libraries which is already in use since years with respect to domains like data science, machine learning, natural language processing, deep learning, etc. Now, artificial intelligence and generative AI is grabbing the libraries which we have already in Python. Other programming languages are also used, but I could say Python is a versatile programming language which makes life easy for the people working in this technological domain. After understanding an overview of Python, let's quickly hop on to the next topic, Introduction to Generative AI Applications, which is the core concept which we have to learn. Generative AI refers to algorithms which enables machines to produce content that is not only new and original but also includes a reflective data, and it will be always trained according to the requirement. Right? Generative AI deals with a lot of models. What does these models include? GANs, that is Generative Adversarial Networks, VAEs, Variational Autoencoders, and Transformer-based models such as ChatGPT. Right? What do we do with this generative AI applications? It's very important in order to train the algorithm or the machine in order to keep it updated. The more you interact with this, the more it gets trained. That's how simple it will work. And generative AI helps you to generate your own models. How you want to train that particular model, you can train it accordingly. Just like simple example, how does the scientist train the robots? Each robot will do its own different work, right? Hope you would have seen the requirements are different. The catering of requirements is different. Hence, the models will be trained accordingly with the help of generative AI. Yes, it includes a lot of other technologies, deep learning, neural networks, etc. But still, generative AI is also a base of it. What is the significance? Creativity boost. It creates, enhances processes by providing very good content ideas, new content ideas, the new way to approach the problem. Efficiency. It is giving a helping hand to human beings in order to be more efficient. The more good you use, the more productive you will be. Automates the content creation or saving time is very much important. It's an important resource now. It aids to this particular saving time resource. Then personalization. It generates particular personalized content as per your requirement, as per the prompts you give to ChatGPT. That's how it works, right? So it will cater various applications for the same. This is the overall picture of generative AI applications. Now, let's talk about the next concept, development environment setup. How do we do this? What is it all about? You have to have a platform in order to work with. You need to have a basement in order to build a building, right? So let's learn how do we build this particular basement. So what does this thing consist? It consists of few steps in order to set up a particular environment. It is not dealing with much higher softwares or something from moon and stars. It's very simple. You have to go to Python official website and download the latest version. For now, it is 3.12. You can download that Python into your local system and you can execute this via command prompt, right? First step, we have to open command prompt, which we have in our local system, and then we'll have to navigate to the location where the Python is installed. Hope everyone are having a clear idea of how do you work with Linux and Unix. At least basic commands like cd, change directory, mk, make directory. So only these two commands are mostly used in this complete session. I'm not going deep into advanced level of Unix, Linux and all. If you want to work with a command prompt, you have to just use cd and mk command, and you can make directory or change directory. Simple as that. If you're using Windows, you can use command prompt or PowerShell. For Mac OS or Linux, you can use terminal. This is the platform you need in order to work with. After navigating to the location where the Python has been installed, you can install all the libraries using pip command, right? So, pip install is a basic command and you can change the libraries you want accordingly. First, we will talk about NumPy. NumPy is very well known amongst the domain called data science. Why? The first thing is NumPy will always cater in order to help the mathematical calculations, also working with high-level data structures and give you the complete access to the functionalities and arithmetic and logics. That is why data science is dealt with lot of data, numbers and other elements. We use NumPy for the same. Then we talk about Flask. When you hear the word Flask, it is a library which is related to Python where it is web-based framework. You can create web application using this particular Flask framework. That is the major help of using Flask. The next one is Streamlit or Streamlit. This particular library deals with visualizing the models created. Then you have Torch Vision and Torch Audio. Basically, this library caters computer vision models. You can work with the model creation, you can view the model and also you can add certain multimedia to the model created, right? You have this Torch library in order to cater computer vision projects, models, etc. You have Transformers next. Transformers will always help you in classification, text summarization, many other aspects, again dealing with data. And majorly, we use all these libraries in machine learning, artificial intelligence, NLP, natural language processing, and deep learning, also computer vision. This is the applications of where this particular library will be used. Using pip install, we are always installing all this library single-handedly, not in mass library installation. Every library will be installed along with the execution output command stating it has been installed. It will show you it is installed. Now, still you don't trust. How do you check it? Verification of the installation is very important because since we are working with machines, sometimes it might help you to have a better vision when you verify. If you don't verify, if the installation is crashed, you never know. It will affect your project. So better verify once you install. It's very simple. In order to verify as well, you can open command prompt and type Python _version. It will ensure it returns the installed Python version. What is this particular version you are working with? Next, you verify the installation of the libraries. For that, you have to just go open Python interactive shell, type Python, and then import every library which you have already installed. If it is imported properly without any error, then it is installed properly, right? So, this is the overall development environment setup idea which you have to have and which you have to create in order to do coding, in order to create certain applications or work with a project. Now, we are in the command prompt. In theoretical aspect, we have known about various libraries in Python, that is NumPy, Flask, Streamlit, Torch, Transformers. Let's install the same libraries with the help of command prompt. First, if you could see, it's in a general path. It's in my personal path, but yeah, it is in C drive. Now, in my personal laptop, the location of the Python is being fetched. For that, I have to use cd command, change directory, paste the location where your Python has been installed and then press enter. When you do this, the command prompt goes to this particular folder. Let's start with the first command, pip install NumPy. Now, since I've already been working with Python many times for many projects, you will get an output. Just wait and watch. I'll click on enter. It might take some time. It will try to analyze what's happening, what they are trying to install, and requirement already satisfied. This is what you'll get the output. That means NumPy is already installed in your particular system because we were already working. And there is a warning message you could notice. If you want to upgrade the particular library which you are using, you can go for the version mentioned. I am currently using 21.2.3. It is suggesting upgrade for 24.1.2. Then what is the command for the same is also been mentioned here. You can use that command. We have now installed NumPy, which was already existing. It is given the message. If in case it's a new installation of library, how it will display? Let's try with other libraries as well. Pip install Flask. I'm giving enter. Let's wait for the results. Again, if you could see, it states Flask is already present, that is satisfied. Again, you have a warning regards to the version. I have almost installed all the libraries, but let me check for the next one. Streamlit. If you could see how it is downloading the Streamlit library. If you are trying to install the library which is not in the current local system in your Python, this is how it will start loading. If it is already existing, this is the message which you got for NumPy and Flask. When you try to install Streamlit library which is not present in your Python, this is how it starts downloading, and it takes 5 to 10 minutes at least to complete the download depending upon your system configuration. Likewise, you can install all the libraries required for you into your system, right? So, I have given two examples. One, how it will download the library which is not in your system. If you already have downloaded the library, how the message will pop up. That is, requirement is already satisfied. That means it is already installed, right? So, this is how you import your libraries in Python. Now, in order to verify is your particular library is installed or not, first it will try to prompt you that it is already existing. If it is not, it will start downloading as mentioned. Now, again, in order to verify that, you have to go to Python interpreter. So, I'll click onto the same particular location, type Python here. When you click enter, it will go to the Python interface where you can execute your code. Now what you do is you try to import NumPy. When you try to give this particular instruction to the Python prompt inside the command prompt which we have logged in, it will try to enter or import this NumPy library which is already existing. When you type the statement import NumPy, if your NumPy is present, it will not throw up any error. It will look just like this. This indicates your NumPy is there in the Python library folder. This is how you verify the libraries which is already installed before using it. Or else if you mention in your code as well, it will throw up an error if it is not installed before. Make sure you install the libraries, then use it in your code. This was a simple demonstration of how you install and verify if the library is present in your Python with the help of command prompt. Now, let's understand introduction to OpenAI GPT API. How this particular thing works and what is OpenAI first of all. What is OpenAI? It's a company where it will cater in order to work with chatbots, generative AI applications, different kinds of models, LLMs, etc. Basically, it is dealing complete artificial intelligence domain which is booming nowadays. OpenAI has a platform where you can generate the API keys and you can integrate those into your applications. API features. What are the features it will cater for? Text generation, completion, and conversation capabilities. So, talking about text generation, it is always dealing with providing a new text which is not in your imagination with one small question. Say, I want a poetry on so and so. It will give you a complete poetry where it is not plagiarized. It has been trained in that level, it can think about writing poetry. It has lots and lots of data behind how it is dealing with that, what is to be categorized. There comes classification, summarization, and many other machine learning and data science models, artificial intelligence models, which is giving you the answer prior. Next, completion. If you give a prompt in an incomplete way, it will try to complete that. If you give with a spelling mistake, it will correct your spelling and ask you back, was this your idea? Do you want to search so and so thing? It will question you back in an interactive conversational way. What we do with ChatGPT? It's the conversation. How it will answer us with the help of already available data. It has been trained on and it is updated every time you talk to it. That's how the model works with. So these are the few features we have. Next comes to fine-tuning and customization for specific task. Say you are building certain module which has been integrated to your application. You are using OpenAI platform. You can generate your own model. It can cater to your own set of questions. Say for example, chatbots in some or the other shopping websites or jewelry shop websites. It will try to ask you what you want. There are lots of chatbots which will address and also will help certain percentage of customer care services without human intervention, which can be done with the help of machine. 100% it will be solved. Other aspects it cannot. A very good example for this is Swiggy, right? You can give a set of questions which is already present. Where is my order? Delivery guy is not moving. So when you put this, my order is getting delayed. It will give a set of answer which is already there. What is the current status? Still, if you are not convinced by the bot answer, you can go for a agent talk. You can talk to a human being where they'll interact, they'll call the delivery guy and ask what is the situation and update you. Something like that might happen. Before introducing your particular chat directly to the agent, they'll try to solve with the help of bot. That means we are trying to reduce the work which is put upon humans. We are using the technology in order to address the same. This is the best example for the feature which is currently in use in the apps which we use in our day-to-day life. How do we get started with this API? We have to just log on to OpenAI website, create your account, sign up, or if you already have an account, sign in, log in, generate a API key and keep it. Why you have to generate a API key? I'll let you. After $5 of content, you have to pay in order to improvise your API key. In order to improvise your API key usage, right? You want to know more about what is OpenAI, how does it help for GPT API, everything, you can just go to the official API documentation and understand more about this. Now, let's understand how do we generate a OpenAI API key. For that, you have to go to Google, type OpenAI login. Once you click on login, if you have already logged in, you will get two options. One is to go to ChatGPT, another one is for API. You click on API. Once you click on the API, this is how your OpenAPI platform look like. You could see a menu here towards your left stating API keys. If you click on that, it will launch API keys. Before that, I would like to tell you, I was talking about the GPT models, right? So these are the models available for now. GPT 3.5, Turbo 0125, 1106 and 16K. These are the models. You can select the model and you can work on. Let's come back to API keys. I'll click on the API keys. This is how the API keys generation look like. And if you want to create a new API key, click on create new secret key and you can name that particular one. I'm naming it as demo. You can also give the restrictions if you have to control certain things. It can be a read only, restricted or all, just like the share option you have in your Google Drive for your Google content, right? So create a secret key and it will generate and display the secret key there. You can copy and paste it in one particular notepad so that you can use it again and again. It is taking certain time to generate the key. Once it is done, it will display and you will also have an option called copy for it. Here we are. It states API key is generated and you can copy the key. You can press as done. See, you have to save the secret key somewhere because it won't be viewed again due to security reasons. That's why you have to keep it discreet and noted in a notepad separately. You cannot get it back again. If you want to, again you have to create a new API. You cannot copy this complete API key again. The created API key is listed in the list here. Again, you have the options to edit the key. You can just change the name and permission, nothing else. You don't have access to again copy the complete key and you can also delete the existing key. This is how your API key page look like in OpenAI platform. Hope you are clear how to generate these and save it in a place and use it for your coding. Now, let's talk about Flask ChatGPT app. We are integrating OpenAI source to our application. That is the main agenda of it. Let's understand more about this application. How do we work with this and also look at the demo for the same. What is the basic setup we need is as simple as that, which is mentioned before. You have to have Python installed in your system and all the libraries mentioned to be installed in your system. That's the basic ideology for all the demonstration which is carried in this session hereafter. The components we need is Flask for web framework. As I mentioned, we use Flask of Python library for web framework. And then OpenAI GPT API for generating responses. A simple logic, we are taking a API key of OpenAPI, putting that in your Python code, and then we are trying to execute the same. First, we will check how this particular code look like and what are the in detail step in our Google Colab. Note, I am not executing this in Google Colab. I am executing this in command prompt. But for a better clarity, I am using the online coding platform, that is Google Colab, in order to have a good interactive and bifurcation between the text and the code, right? Google Colab is a very good place in order to work, in order to have a good Python content on. Let's check out the code and understand what all does it do in order to create ChatGPT app using Flask library in Python. Now, here we are on the Google Colab. First step we have to is set up the environment. As I told, we will activate the virtual environment of Python. What is this Python MVENV? Let's understand one by one. Python invokes the Python interpreter, which is already installed in your system. Then MVENV. This option always tells Python to run VENV module as a script. This module is used in order to create virtual environments on that. That is why we try to invoke this. Next, again you have VENV. This is the name of the directory where the virtual environment will be created, and it is not mandatory that you have to keep the second VENV as it is. You can change this to be ABCD also, or you can also put it as virtual environment. It is not mandatory that you have to use the same name. but with M, you have to use venv. This is mandatory, and the second venv is optional. You can change the name accordingly. Naming convention can be changed according to the requirements. Next, after doing that setup, we create the Flask application. As I told you, we are using only 2 commands of Unix since we are working in command prompt. First is make directory, mkdir. That is, we are creating a folder with the help of command prompt. That's it. There is nothing great that's happening. Creating a new folder. The folder name is GPT Chat App, and you are trying to change the path, change directory cd to that particular location. And remember, wherever you have installed your Python software, that folder itself, these things to be created. We have to first navigate to that particular Python location. Then only we can create a new folder. Else there will be an execution problem and path issues. After doing the folder creation, we will have to create code file. First is a Python code file, which I would like to name it as app.py, application.py. Again, this is not mandatory. You have to have app. You can name it accordingly, but you have to remember what you have named. While you are executing this, you have to remember the exact Python file name, including the cases. It is case sensitive. Okay. First, we will import the Flask elements. First is Flask library, next request, JSONify, and render template. Then we will import the requests and also import time. These are the libraries we'll try to import, which is available in Python to our particular code. We will try to use request and render template, also the timing, in order to have the conversation between the system, that is ChatGPT, which we are trying to create, and our questions. Then we will initialize the Flask application. This is the Flask application initialization syntax. We will try to give a OpenAPI key. This is a secured key which you should not share with anybody else, or else they can utilize and you have to pay the bill for the same. Better you keep the API keys very discreet. This is a random API key. It's a sample API key, or else you can just put in your code, enter your API key here. This is far better rather than giving people your original API. Once you put this API key, you will next define the root of the home page, where it has to interact from. Obviously, you cannot show this backend code to the user. You have to have a front end. You have a front end that is called index.html. There comes the second code file. First one is having app.py core Python file. Next, it has to be integrated to the front end, that is index.html. Right? We will render the particular HTML template. That is why we'll be using render template library. Okay? We have usage of these libraries everywhere. Then, we'll define the root for chat endpoint, which accepts the post request. Post request is nothing but what message you put to the GPT and what it has to respond back. And this complete thing will happen with the help of JSON. Then you get the response from GPT-3. And remember, there's lots of GPT models. Which one you are using, you have to have the knowledge about it. You have GPT 3.5 Turbo 16K. You also have just GPT 3.5 Turbo. You have many kinds of model. The current model which we use, you have to mention it here. And you also have to carry the input given by the user from the front end to the back end with the help of this messages. The data should be transferred from the front end to back end. What is the maximum limit of the response is 150 letters, characters. It's not words. Okay, it is very minimal. If you want to make it more, obviously you can make it 300. Again, it is according to the requirement you are catering for. Then, you have to attempt to get a response from API, which tries in case if it fails. Now comes the word of error handling. The code which is not having error handling capacity is not a worthy code. Simple as that. If something goes wrong, first you have to let the system give you the message that something is wrong, not directly land to a error page. It should be interactive and it should tell the user whatever you have entered is wrong or something has happened. What has happened? This particular responses should always be there. For example, I'm giving you possibilities. It's not that every coder will be knowing everything what they have to do, right? But still, there are few standard error handling techniques when you work. You have status code 200. When this particular 200 status code comes, 404 error comes, 429 comes, right? How do you handle that? What is the error? What is the particular response you give? For example, if it is for 200, we can return the message to the user. Rather than going to a random wrong page, you have to give a message. An error occurred while processing the response from OpenAPI. That means if your GPT is not connected properly, it is not able to give response, then you have to just not push that particular code to the error page. You have to send an error message. You have to tell this. Next, you have 429. Here, we are trying to request OpenAI if failed status. Again, we are trying to re-attempt. How many times? Back of retrying attempts are 2. We will try to do 2 time attempts and then we will go for sleep. That means we are putting this particular system into sleep that it is not able to solve. The more you work with it, the more limit exceeding will happen. And 429 also deals with if your particular OpenAI is out of limits. It is not having any limits left. It is exceeded. You have to buy new. You have to put your billing again. It will say you have exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. So that's how you have to try to give error message to the user so that they understand something is happening. We have to go and address, because nobody will go to backend and debug what is the error, right? In the front end itself, you have to show what is happening. So this is sample example of error handling. Then if any other error comes more than this, there are 2 errors which I have listed. If anything else comes up, you have to just give the status code directly. 404 error or internet disconnectivity error, anything might come. An error occurred while communicating with OpenAI is a standard default error message you can send. If you don't know what you have to do, just put there is an error, please decode. Then comes run the Flask application. This is the main method which we create for this code, and the code execution starts from the main method here. Now comes the second part of it, the front end, which we had discussed already there, and what are the complete content of that. We'll have a quick overview. That is index.html. Here you can see people who know HTML will always know this. Doctype HTML, you have head, you have HTML, lang English, and meta character set is always there. You have style for your particular page, and you also have the body. Here you have a chat box, you have a text box, you want a button. It's a simple thing. You have to have a text box where the user will put their input. Click on send button so that it will interact with the ChatGPT. In order to display the ChatGPT message, you have to have a label or again a text box. So that's how it will work. It's a simple JavaScript which is being used in order to have this interactivity, that is fetching the information from the input and putting that to GPT and taking the response from the GPT and putting back on the front end to view for user. So this is the simple fundamental function that happens in this script section. How do you run this? Just you have to be in the location where you have created the folder, that is GPT Chat App, right? I'll just go back and just give you an overview. GPT Chat App, that is the location where the command prompt should be pointing out. Then you can execute python app.py. When you do this, you will be able to access a browser where it is loading in this particular address. What is this address? Why only 5000? Why not 4000? You might question. As you all know, HTTP 127.0.0.1 will always deal with local hosting. When you do this local hosting, you have separate ports for every library or every kind of execution you do. 5000 is the port number which is allocated in every local system for Flask library of Python. Any Flask web framework code execution you do, it will launch on the Chrome with this particular address. Hope you had a complete detailed view of how this particular application will work. A quick recap, you have to install Python and necessary libraries. Then you have to create a main Python code file, that is app.py. Then client side, that is front end interface, you have to make it index.html. Again, this is as per your requirement. This is a common name which we keep. That's why I've used the same. You can create a simple HTML interface to interact with the ChatGPT. Then you can run the application and check for the output, right? So now that we have understood what is the code at the back end, front end and every aspect, let's execute this code and check for the output. Before going to the demonstration of Flask ChatGPT app, let's understand the folder structure. I am here in the location where my Python is being installed. Since we've already worked on, you could see many folders here. We are trying to create GPT chat app, right? According to our steps, we've already done it. So if you go to this particular folder, you can find two different elements. One is templates, another one is app. What is template? Template is actually the index file which we had discussed, the HTML file. App is a main program. Once you execute this, the back file will be created. If the execution is successful or not successful, doesn't matter. Once you run this through interpreter, it will generate automatically. That's why it is present. If you are executing for the first time, this will not be there. Okay. Now, let's hop on to the command prompt and check how does we work with this. Here we are in the command prompt and in the location where our file is. Am I right? No, I'm actually wrong. We are in the location where Python is. Now we have to enter to the folder created. What is the folder we created? We have to change directory to that particular folder. GPT underscore chat underscore app. This is the folder name which we generated, right? Let me enter to that. See, now we are in that folder. How do we execute? The steps which I mentioned, we have to type Python and we have to mention the app.py or the name which you have given to your main Python file. You have to mention that and click on enter. Once you click enter, after executing this app.py file, this is how the output looks like. Are we in the right output screen? No, it is just indicating that it has been executing, it is running. The location is we have to go to HTTP 127.0.0.1 5000, the port number. Let's quickly hop on to that location on our search engine. Any browser you can use, you can go to this particular port number. Let's hop on to that. Once you go, click on HTTP, the same ID where it has been launched across, you will find the interface. Now, what you have to do? You have to communicate with the GPT. So, I'll press hi and click on send button. It will say, hello, how can I assist you today? The next question which I ask is, how are you? When you do this, you send this and just a computer program, so I don't have any feelings, but thanks for asking, how can I help you? So, this is how it is trying to interact with the human being. If you try to give something which is not existing, still your chat GPT is not trained to that level. It is a normal basic model. I'll say, where do you live? I'll click on the send button. You have exceeded your current quota. Please check your plan and billing details. It will not throw up this errors. Really, if your limits are exceeded, right, that is when it will show this error. It will try to do that error handling which I've already mentioned. So for the third conversation itself, how did we get this message? You might be having this particular doubt. The thing is, OpenAPI API key is not very much free to everything. You only have access for $5 worth of conversation that can happen, API key that can generate. That is how you can converse. After it exceeds $5, it will try to ask you to fill up and select the plan and do the billing, right? The payment should be done for the same. So this is just a simple example. You can enhance, create, you can buy a paid version and start building the projects and help your small scale business, if you own any, in order to have a private chatbot so customers can interact without any actual agent service required. Customer service, you need not take it. You can use the bots there on your website, right? This is a simple idea. This is how the execution looks like. By now, we have understood how does ChatGPT, while using Flask, how we can execute, what are the code required and how the outputs look like. Now that we have understood and also saw the demonstration, how does a ChatGPT app work when you create with the help of Flask library using Python. Now, let's check out the next topic. Using the same Flask, how do you use text-to-image application? Here, the simple idea is text-to-image generation involves creating images for textual description using AI models. You will give a simple description. Here, we are not focusing on description. We are trying to get a image for the word which we give. As I told, cat, dog, any animal or what you want to fetch for. Significance of this particular application: enhances creativity and design processes, useful in various fields like advertising, entertainment and virtual environment. Say you want to get an image, you can give a description: cat which is sitting on a mat or dog which is sitting on a bed. You can give certain description, you will get images in certain way. Or sketched cat image, drawing of a cow. So you can give a certain description to AI, it will generate back the output for you. How do you implement this particular text to image app? First is, we build a web application that converts text description into images. Again, if you want to build a web framework, it is about Flask. Then you use OpenAI. Again, HTML, CSS for the front end. That is very much mandatory and basic. What are the prerequisites you want for this? First is Python to be installed in your system. Next, you have to have a required library, that is Flask and OpenAPI, and you have to have a API key from OpenAI. This is the basic requirements it should have in order to start off with the development of this application. Now, let's understand what is the code for this particular app. What is the purpose and what all we use here. Then later we will execute this. Hope we are clear. Now let's quickly hop on to Google Colab, understand more about this application. Here we are on the Google Colab. First step, if your Python is not installed, install your Python. If already exists, ignore. Simple as that. Again, create virtual environment. We already had the description about each and every element of this particular code statement. Then we activate the virtual environment by using this particular code here. Next comes installation of Flask and OpenAI. It's very important to install the libraries which is necessary for your coding. First place, we'll be using pip command to install Flask OpenAI. It's a simple statement here. The code line, you can just execute the same. Then we have to create the project directory. Again, nothing but the new folder. It is named as Flask _text_2_image. If you want to put some other name, it's left to you. You have to go to the folder which you have created. Then only you can start creating your Python code file and HTML code file. First thing is main Python application code file, which is again named as app.py. It gives you a proper signification. It will not mix with the previous one because the folder is different. So again, we have to import the necessary libraries. We are initializing the Flask application. You have to have a OpenAPI key you can replace this your OpenAPI key into your original OpenAPI key. How do we do that? Then you have routing which has to go, that is index.html. In this HTML file, you have all the designs related, front end related, that has been fetched, and you will be routed with the help of function called generate image as a post method. We will be using JSON. Post method means the response which you get from ChatGPT, right? Either it might be your user input also acts as a post, and also the response will be also a post. Use OpenAPI to generate image based according to the prompt which has been received. The size should be only this much, and the number of images generated at once should be one only. Then the prompt which is given by the user will be pushed to OpenAPI. It will get a response, and then that particular image will be displayed. If you want a detailed explanation of what does every line means, I have it for you. You can just read it. What are the different elements we use and why do we use, right? Next, you have to create this HTML interface, that is the front end. Again, you have to have a text box, a button, and where you print your prompt, and then you will put that inside the GPT. It will fetch the output on the same screen, right? You have to have a simple text box and a button. That's it. If you want to do more styling, you can more welcome use CSS files and you can do it. This is a general basic setup or the front end which you need. And you have a script. Again, you have a function called generate image. Here what happens? It will fetch the information, the prompt from the user, and then it will put that particular prompt to OpenAPI. Once you get the response from OpenAPI, it will push back the response on the front end. This is the code for the same, right? It's just an interaction code between the front end and back end. We'll be using JavaScript. This is about the HTML file we'll be using. Again, if you want to run this code, you have to type python app.py, and you have to be on the same folder where you have created at the start. If you go somewhere, navigate to some other location on your command prompt, and if you try to give, it will not execute. Let's have a quick recap. Here, first is we'll be installing Python. Next, the library is called Flask and OpenAI. Later, we will create a Flask application, that is app.py. Then we will also try to include the functionality of converting text to image, that whatever the text we have given, related image will be provided. So we have to root for that, and you have to have a simple HTML interface in order to have the connection between the user and the system. Then you have to access and run the code, start the Flask server, and again you have to go to the same location, that is the same IP address which ends with the port number 5000. So this will be your particular location address. It will run there. You can execute the same. Now let's quickly check how does this work in our demo. Now here we are in the Python location of the local system. We are trying to execute Flask text to image app. If you try to go to that particular folder, you could find the same folder structure. It is having a main Python code, and then you also have index in the template, right? Once it is executed, back file has been created. So that is why they are here. This is the structure. Now what we have to do, go to command prompt, type this particular location and try to execute with the help of Python app.py command. So I am copying this location completely, going to command prompt and changing the directory to the copied location. Now we are in the folder Flask text to image application which has been generated. We straight away try to execute this with the help of Python app.py command. Once we do that, we will click on enter. This is where the Flask server has been running. It is active now. We have to go to the location which is mentioned right here with 5000 port number. Let's hop on to that particular location. Once you come to this location, you could see the basic HTML design which we have made, and it's our time now to give certain description regarding the image and try to generate the image. I'll give just one line of description. If you want, you can give in detail description so that the GPT will give you a right perfect required image as per the command. I'll try to give mountain with skylights. Okay, so let's mention color also. That will be good. So mountain with green skylights. This is my description of an image which I need. I'll try to generate. Okay, this is how we got the image from the GPT. It has given the lights which is in green color on the sky and mountains are right here. So this is how the descriptions will be taken care of. The more precise description you give, the more precise image you will get as an output. So this is how text to image application will work with the help of Flask OpenAI in your Python, which also help to generate the images for digital content creators or any kind of creative people who work in that particular field. Let's understand how does LangChain apps work. What is LangChain in Python? Overview of LangChain. LangChain always streamlines the development process of the application and utilize the LLMs by offering a extensible architecture. Generally, simple words, LangChain is a library of Python just like NumPy and others. Okay, it supports wide range of use cases. Generally, we use LangChain in order to create assistants, chatbots, and many complex NLP tasks and data analysis aspect. This is the application of using LangChain. Then the framework is built with highly customizable interiors of the code, and then we also develop to tailor specific needs, and we also integrate the same tailored code or module to the external data sources using API keys. This is the simple work which we do with the help of LangChain app. It is just that we are using this library in order to create good model which acts to be a chatbot or personal assistant or any other requirement will be catered with the help of LangChain application. Now, in order to understand more about this, we will try to know the case study for this LangChain app. Let's explore more. Again, I'm going towards Google Colab. Let's understand the code and later part we execute that in the command prompt. Here you have to note one thing. We are not going to the Google Chrome where the IP address ends with 5000. We are executing this in the command prompt itself. This is one of the differentiation between what we have already seen and what we're going to see. Let's hop on to Google Colab. Now here we are on the Google Colab. What we are trying to understand, what is the case study? First thing, personalized story generator. That means it will try to take certain inputs from the user and try to generate the story for the user. This project will take inputs, might be the character names, settings and theme of the story. It will generate unique story every time you try to communicate with ChatGPT 3.5. Why I'm stuck with 3.5? There is 4 and 4.0 that's coming, right? But when you go to OpenAPI, it's still at the 3.5 version itself. It is having 16K, 1105. There is some other codes that's going on. It's just a Turbo GPT 3.5. There are many kinds of models. But for now, it is 3.5 in OpenAPI platform. Not talking about the ChatGPT 4 or 4.0. Okay? Don't get confused with that. Steps in order to create this project, very simple. Set up the environment, collect the user inputs, generate story using AI model and display the generated story. Simple as that. First, when we talk about the installing of libraries, here we have to install OpenAI LangChain. It is related to OpenAI, also related to Python. So, pip install OpenAI and LangChain. Both of these libraries we have to install. Then, in order to collect the input from the user, you have to have two different Python files here. So, that is the differentiation. Previous demonstration, we had only one Python file, one front-end file. We used to work with the code. Here, you have two files. What does this do? First one says user input.py. That means we are trying to welcome the user and take the input from the user. Here you could see, welcome to the personalized story generator. You have entered the main character's name. Please enter that. Then enter the setting of the story and enter the theme of the story. For example, adventure, mystery, horror, anything as such. return the character setting theme to the particular file called storygenerator.py. You are taking input with the help of one Python file and you are trying to give that particular collected input to another Python file, that is storygenerator.py. From LangChain import chain prompt text model, then user input. As I told you, user input file, you have to take all the user input, get user inputs. What is collected? Character name, settings and theme. This is collected. You have to take this as an input and import that into this particular story generator Python file. This is the function where you can just create certain story according to the inputs given by the particular user. Then you will have a prompt. You will have to work with a text model. As I told you, this is GPT 3.5 Turbo here, and here comes your OpenAPI key. You have to put your secret key here and then you have to execute this particular main block. It will try to give you the story generated here in the print statement. Generated story is so and so. A paragraph of a story will be displayed for you. So this is how the main block will get executed, and these are the commands and the codes which we use. Every code is having a self-explanatory comment that you can read and understand once again if you don't follow it here. Okay, this particular learning material or code is always provided. No worries, you can go back, rework on this again. Then what do you do? In order to display the story, you have to execute the file. How do you execute? Storygenerator.py. Here, why are we not using Python? We have to use Python, right? It should be Python storygenerator.py. That's how it will execute. Simple as that. You will have a quick recap here. First is environment setup, that is you are having Python in your system. You have two libraries, that is OpenAI and LangChain. Then you have to have your own API key, which is discrete. You have to create main script, that is story generator, and you also have to create a subscript, that is user inputs. Then you have to generate the story functionality, that is OpenAI's ChatGPT. You have to use that and you have to give them the character name, setting, theme, etc. It will develop the story, and if you execute, it will give back the story which is already developed. As simple as that. Hope this is very clear for you. Now let's see the demonstration. What is the output and how it will work? We are trying to execute personalized story generator, which we have already discussed, that we are using the library called LangChain. Here it is. You have two different Python files. One is story generator, one is user input. It is already explained. User input is used to take the input from the user, and story generator is the main app. You should not execute Python user underscore input.py. You have to execute story underscore generator.py. That's how you will get the output screen. This is kind of special execution that every output is seen on the command prompt itself. We need not navigate between any other locations for output. What is this PyCache? If you click on this folder, after you compile your code, this is actually generated. Compiled Python file will be generated. So that is why it is here. Now, let's quickly hop on to our command prompt and try to execute this particular code file. In order to do that, first what we need is we have to copy this location where it is actually situated, the folder of your app. Now, we are on the command prompt. We are changing the directory and pasting the location which we copied and clicking on enter. We are in the folder called personalized story generator. What we have to do, we'll try to execute Python story underscore generator dot py. Once you click on enter, this is how it starts executing. Welcome to the personalized story generator, and I'll type a name of the main character as Alice, and it will ask setting of the story where it has to happen. I can say Enchanted Forest. I'll give the location, visualization idea for the GPT. I'll click on enter. It should be a mystery one or adventure one or horror one, whatever you can mention that. I'll mention as adventure story. I'll click on enter. See, the story is generated in this form. You can read the story pausing the screen, but yeah, it will include the main character, the setting of the story, also what kind of story, what is the theme of the story. It will try to give you the complete paragraph which you can use it for your requirement. This is how a story generator will work. Using LangChain, you can create much more applications. This is of one basic example. Hope this is clear for you. We have executed the code. We saw the output. How does the story will be generated with the help of GPT, which we have connected with the help of the API key. Here we are in the summary part of the session. Let's quickly have a recap. What did we study in the session? First, we had an overview of Python, how Python is related to various other domains and also for generative AI. We started discussing regarding what is generative AI, the significance of it and various applications. What are the potential of this generative AI in various fields. Later, we understood the development environment fields which has been required, the setup we need to make in order to start off with coding or working with generative AI using Python. Then, we had an overview of how do we create a GPT sample basic one with the help of Flask and OpenAI with a demonstration, followed by text to image app demo. Again, we are using Flask and OpenAI there. Later, we talked about LangChain App, which is one of the library available in Python. We also had a practical example case study, creating a personalized story generator by using LangChain library of Python and combining that with OpenAI and connecting via API key. How do we integrate all of these and try to generate a personalized story generator? Hope this session was helpful for you. Let's meet up in the next video. Thank you. Happy learning. What if I told you that you could have all your AI tools work together effortlessly? Sounds unbelievable, right? Well, with LangChain, that dream can become a reality. In today's video, we will explore everything you need to know about LangChain. From key features to installation, from essential components to core components. Plus, we will share real-world case studies to showcase applications of LangChain. Let's get started. Hello all, welcome to this session where we'll be learning regarding Python LangChain. Let's quickly hop onto the agenda and check out what all do we cover in the session. First, we will talk about introduction to LangChain, and then we will try to understand what is the basic environment setup we need in order to work with applications using LangChain on Python, and obviously with the integration of OpenAI. Then we talk about core concepts we have to understand, followed by the components of LangChain. At last, we will have a LangChain case study where we'll be understanding more about how does this work in practicality. Why wait? Let's quickly start with this session. Here we are in the first topic, introduction to LangChain. First, let's understand what is LangChain. LangChain is a framework or the library which has been designed to streamline the development and deployment of applications that utilize language models. So this is the exact definition of LangChain. Why we always call it as library? Generally, we used to do one kind of operation, that is installing the libraries. We use pip command, right? We also use pip command to install LangChain in the Python environment. That's why we consider that in a normal way of talking, it is also a library, right? So there is no doubt it's a library, but also they mention it is a framework. It provides a set of tools and components to make the language model work in an efficient and stable, scalable manner. It is just like a playground where you build certain models by using different kinds of LLMs and particularly LangChain library or framework. What are the key features of LangChain? What does it included of? LLM wrappers, When you say large language model wrappers or nothing but we are having a small models which is working as a prototype in the LangChain library by itself. You can try to use that ready-made one or you can create new wrappers. Then you have prompts and prompt templates. Prompts are the basic building tool which a user will use in order to communicate with the GPT or LLM model. It is a English-like statement. It is just a requirement. You are putting it into a system. So and so I need. This is how you work with ChatGPT, right? You give the prompts, what is your requirement in detail, in depth, how you need. Then you will get the output accordingly. So we are communicating. Prompt acts as a language between the GPT and the user. As simple as that. Prompt templates. Yes, LangChain also has templates. It will give suggestions. Just like you could see suggestions in GPT nowadays, what you are trying to ask the GPT or any other coding platform if you go, it will try to prompt the next code or next word which you want to type. Generally, it happens in Visual Studio if you have observed. So, it is having a template already or it will auto-generate if required. So, that's how it works. Next, you have chains. What is this chain? Let's not go to LangChain aspect. Let's talk about a normal chain. Chain is nothing but interlinked elements, right? You will link the elements like this, one to another. When you link, then it is a chain. Likewise here, when you work a complete project in a module wise, you want to link those modules in order to make a complete whole project. So, chains will always act as linking those modules together and making it a whole part. So, that's the use of chain. Next, embedding and vector stores. Obviously, embedding, if you want to embed any other content from outside the world of LangChain, Python or OpenAI, you can use this embedding. Vector stores, you have the content which is already present in the internal storage of LangChain. So, we also mentioned this to be a vector store, right? We just address it that way. These are the key features of LangChain. Hope you had an overview and understanding about the key features. Now, let's understand why do we need LangChain. We need LangChain in order to overcome certain challenges. Okay, what are those challenges? While you work with LLM, that is language models, integration issues might come up, difficulties in scalability. It is serving for 20 people, now you want it for 50 people or it multiplies into 200, 300, so on and so forth. So, by providing modular or user-friendly framework, always LangChain gives you an open window where you can explain or demonstrate your ideas, your requirements. You can make a model and do the job. Next, it particularly specifies it is having applications all over the domains. Majorly, it will always try to reduce the work of the human. That's how it will give advanced processing capabilities with customer support, intelligent automation for content recommendation system, whatever the models which you build for your requirement, it will try to give a advanced level support and processing capabilities if you use LangChain. Now, what are the use cases? What are the applications? Where do we use LangChain? It's used in every other domain. You can name it, you have it. But I have listed very few of them. First comes customer support. When you talk about customer support, what happens here? I'll give a simple example for you. If you use a chatbot which is built with the help of LangChain framework, it makes the customer support very smooth without human intervention. Even though if the chatbot is not able to solve the issues, then you can intervene the human. 5 minutes of the time is saved, human resources saved, it helps in time saving as well. Next, you have content generation. If you are a person who is a blogger, who works with content writer, right? You want some ideas. How do you have to elaborate the content? How do you have to create a blog? You can just give a prompt that I need a blog on Python. It will give you a blog. You can just use that as your inspiration and you can try to modify them and put up into your requirement. Then comes intelligent automation. Again, automation, ChatGPT. It's not only that, you have many other robots also. If you want to build something, a basic robot, you can use this framework in order to create that thinking ability by using language models which is available in LangChain. So, intelligent automation helps there. Semantic search. If you are a person who is working towards a domain of SEO, search engines, you want the ability to be proficient in your domain, you can use LangChain in order to have a semantic search. Also, you can use this for data as well. A person who is purely working with data, content, creative wise or technical wise, you can use LangChain. Then comes personalized recommendation. You want something towards for yourself, you want to create your own automated mail intimator which is having the ability to give you this task which you have for the day or any prompting you want in your system. You can create a personalized recommendation model with the help of LangChain. These are the use cases or applications of LangChain. Now, let's understand what is the software or environment requirements for LangChain. Is it huge requirement or it is a simple requirement? Let's understand them. Now, we have Python in your system, right? So, the basic version of Python is all you need, nothing else, where you can import the LangChain library and you can work across. So, it is supporting 3.7 and later versions of Python interface. Next, what are the libraries or dependencies you have for LangChain? It is very common. You have PyTorch, TensorFlow, Transformers, NumPy, Pandas for data manipulation and analysis, and Flask or Fast API. So, for deploying the web services applications, you have TensorFlow for training and interface, and you also have Transformers for pre-trained language models. So, these are the libraries with or the dependencies you have for. It's not that everything will be working, every library will be used. It's a broad structure of library where you can use. Development environment. So, where you will develop this, in which interface, it is all about the Google Colab or Jupyter Notebook. So, these are the preferred IDE for development. It is not restricted only for this. You can also have various IDEs in order to work with LangChain. Whichever IDE supports Python will always support LangChain as well, because they both are integrated. Now, let's move on to development environment setup. Let's understand what all we need. Already we had a word, but let's see in detail what is the command we use, how do we work across. First thing, prerequisites. As I told you, Python, IDE and 3.5 or later versions. What is the installer we use? It is always PIP, Python Package Installer. We use pip command. Generally, we talk it in that language. So, install LangChain. How do you install? Just open your command prompt and run the command called pip install language. Before that, ensure that you are in the directory where the Python has been installed. After that, pip install LangChain will work. Then, verify installation. Very simple. Go to Python IDE and type import LangChain. Once you do that, you will get no prompt, nothing, no commands, or it will be a plain input. Then, it will be a plain output. That means it has been installed properly. If you want to check if it is installed, then it will print this next statement. You can give it for verification. If you don't want to see the plain output, you can give a print command. LangChain is successfully installed. It will print the same. If it is not installed, it will not go to the next line. When it does not go to the next line, it is ensured that it is not installed properly. These are the verification types you can try in order to know whether it is installed properly or not. Now, let's quickly check this in a command prompt and understand how this installation happens. As I told you, first I am navigating towards the Python location which is installed in our local system. Then I'll try pip install LangChain. I'll type this and click on enter. Once I click on enter, it will try to analyze. Yes, requirement already satisfied. That means I've already installed this particular LangChain. That is why it is not giving me any loading kind of output. It is telling everywhere that is it has been installed. Not only LangChain, any packages related to that is also installed. And it also suggests there is version 24.1.2. Would you like to upgrade? You can use this command and upgrade. For now, it is 21.2.3. Then it goes back to the Python location. Now, if you want to check, I suggest you click on Python. It will go to Python interface, that is 3.10, which I am using. As I mentioned, it is anything after 3.7, this particular library will support. What was my verification method which I mentioned? Import LangChain. When you tell this, it will go to next line, right? So, if you want to confirm whether the LangChain has been imported properly, you just have to do this as mentioned. Import LangChain. When you click on enter, you can also type a print statement. Print LangChain is successfully installed. If this executes, obviously when it has come to the second line, that is print statement, it is already installed. If the import LangChain is not working, it would have shown a error by now. So, this is how you verify LangChain is installed properly or not. So, we had a installation method. If it is already installed, it will go to this kind of output. And to verify, you can do this. You can enter the Python prompt and then you can give the commands. Hope this is clear. We had a successful demonstration and how it looks while you install or you try to verify with the help of import command on the command prompt, which is both Python IDE as well as the normal command prompt. We use both of them in order to verify. We use Python. In order to install, we use normal command prompt. So, that's about the development environment setup. Now, here we are on LangChain core concepts topic. First, we understand LangChain is built around the concept of modularity because we use this library in order to work in modules and then make it a bigger project. It will always allow users to easily work with the language models by creating, managing chain and agents which can maintain certain state using memory. So, what happens here? A core concept for this includes chains, agents and memory. Let's understand what are these chains, what are these agents and what are these memories. First, we will try to understand what is chain here. Chains are sequences of operations or components that process inputs and generates outputs, often using language models. So, we try to have a sequential operation or the components which is inside the language model of LangChain. We try to generate the output one by one. What are the types of chains you can find? It's very easy. Simple is just like a simple statement and sequential is you have to go one after the other only. You have that particular rule. When it comes to conditional, if case will comes in picture. If this particular condition is being executed, then only you can go further or go to the next chain or next agent. So, this is how you can have a conditional chain. You can put a condition for your chain. You can make a chain to mandatorily sequentially execute or you can keep a simple chain which integrates all your small modules. This is about the chains. Now, let's understand what are agents. Agents are entities that can make decisions based on the inputs, interacts with chain and utilize memory for maintaining state. We want somebody in order to communicate between the linked modules, right? Chain will always act as a link between the modules. Who will communicate from A module to B? You have to have an agent. You want to have a salesman who will come from A location to B location or A module to B module. So, agent is simple as that. It will try to establish the communication between the chains, between the small modules which you have connected with the help of chains. Types of agents. You have reactive agents, proactive agents and interactive agents. So, reactive is just that you tell something, it will give a reaction. For an action, there is a reaction. That's how these agents work. Proactive agents. Oh, it will always have a eye on what's happening, where it is, which module communicated with whom, the log history. Proactive agents is always used for the log history, session history. Like when did they log in, when did they log out, what happened, so what is the session time. So, they are proactively behind the user who is using that particular project or the content, whatever it is. So, Reactive agents is only when you provoke them to react. That is where they will react. Proactive is without any provoking. The actions you do with the system is all noted. That's how proactive agents will work. Next, we have interactive agents, just like a ChatGPT, right? You interact with the system with the help of prompts or any other medium or coding, anything as such. So, these are the types of agents you have. Now, let's talk about the memory. Memory in LangChain allows agents to maintain state across the interactions. It's not that you interact and you keep quiet, right? You have to have the state on, off, for example. That is also a state. Yes, no is also a state. Enabling more contextual awareness and coherent responses is always possible with the help of memory. Short-term memory, long-term memory. The name suggests is just like RAM and ROM. So, short-term is only for that particular session, particular thread. After that cuts, it is done. Long-term memory, it gets listed towards the side of your project. So, it will have the log of it. When did this happen? What happened? So, all the details is stored in the long-term memory, and you want to reuse that to multiple aspects as a requirement, you can do it. But short-term memory is just like you use it there, you finish the work, you close it, you are done. You cannot go back there to find what has happened, right? This is one of the important core concepts which we use with chains and agents. This is all about LangChain's core concepts. Now, let's know more about LangChain components. LangChain components involve few of the major aspects. The first one is prompts. We all are familiar with what are prompts nowadays because of ChatGPT, right? So, prompts are essential for guiding behavior of the language models. In a layman perspective, it is an interaction between the GPT or the language model or the bot and the user. We use prompt as a language in order to communicate that. They define the instructions or questions presented to the model. So, GPT will ask certain questions to that, it will give an answer for us. It is having variety of options in order to load your file, upload that and involve a statement in the prompt stating analyze the updated Excel or any other file and give me so and so output. So, it is having the ability to analyze as well. So, we are evolving with language models L dot and very quicker. Designing prompts. We need to have certain clarity, context and specificity. It is very important. You cannot put the machine into confusion with all the kind of instructions you give or the prompts you give. You have to have a clarity first, what you want, what is your requirement, then give the context. This is the situation, I want a requirement like so and so. Specificity, I want exactly A, B, C, D, I don't want E, F, G, H. So, you have to give certain prompt which is having all the three aspects. One is clarity, one is context, another one is specificity. So, this gives you a complete prompt and also it is important for you to make the machine understand. That's our basic job. So, we have created, that doesn't mean it has to work by itself. We have to train in order to work properly. Best practices, keep prompts very simple. Avoid complex instructions, giving which is not able to process by the human itself. If you try to give, it confuses the model. The more you interact properly with the model, the more it gets trained. That is how it will work. So, test and iterate. You try to continuously test the prompts, refine them based on the output you receive. Try to give training to the model. Use templates. If you already have templates, in order to have a proper consistency and reusability, if you are having a prompt ready and it is used by multiple other people, it's easy if you have a template. If your work is based on monotonous, you can just use a template for the prompting as well. So, prompts will help the LangChain or any language model to train well. Next, you have models. LangChain supports various models, each suited for different tasks. What are the types of models we have? GPT comes first, right? It is a old GPT, now it has been evolved a lot. It is having 16K Turbo GPT 3.5. You have many kinds of models that's available. Hugging Face models, example BERT GPT 2. Again, it has been evolved, it's just an example. You have custom models, integrated models for other libraries or custom build models which are integrated in your website or anything for personal use. So, these are the examples of models, and LangChain will always support different types of models. It's not only restricted towards, no, I'll only support GPT, I'll only support the BERT. It is having open forum in order to support the languages and the models. Now, let's understand the third component, that is tools. LangChain offers various tools to enhance the functionalities of language models. What are the kinds of tools we have? We have text processing tools, data augmentation tools, evaluation tools. So, in text processing, you can find tokenization, stemming and lemmatization tools. In data augmentation, you can use tools to generate synthetic data for learning, and also evaluation, it is very important, metrics and evaluation tools to access the model performance, to get the output, how it is working, the result, the analytics, you call it. So, you have to have evaluation tools as well. It's not that you generate and keep it aside and start using it. What is the progress? How to improvise that? In order to know the drawbacks, in order to know the faults, you have to evaluate in a different way. It's just like when you do the software development, you always do the software testing, right? So, there are types of testing. Likewise, evaluation is a metrics. So, LangChain also support evaluation metrics in order to improvise your model performance. Next, you have data loaders. So, the fourth one, data loaders facilitates the loading and processing of data for language models. I gave a simple example right in this video that we will try to upload some file to ChatGPT. We'll ask the ChatGPT to analyze the updated Excel file or any other file which you give. It will try to analyze and it will give you the output, and what you want to do with that, you have to tell the GPT. So, file loading is very important. For that, data loaders is a tool which we use, and you have two types of loaders, CSV loader, load data from CSV files, or JSON loader, load data from JSON files. In LangChain, I'm talking about. In particularly, we have components called data loaders where it supports these two kinds of files. So, we are clear about the components of LangChain. Hope we are clear with LangChain components. Again, we have data loaders, we have tools, we have models, and we have prompts. So, these are the major components you have to understand. Now, what is next? We have LangChain case study. Here, we will be talking about a simple case study where you are trying to generate your own story with the help of OpenAI, Python LangChain library or framework, and with the help of the API key which you generate. I'll explain you regarding the codes we use, the installation we have to make, and how do we do that, everything in the Google Colab, and we will also execute that in command prompts. Why Google Colab? It's very easy to teach on Google Colab. We'll use command prompt, and how do we install all the required libraries, and how do we save the files, where do we get the files from, how we have to save the structure, everything is explained. So, let's quickly hop on to the Google Colab and understand. Now, here we are on the Google Colab. What we are trying to understand, what is the case study? First thing, personalized story generator. That means it will try to take certain inputs from the user and try to generate the story for the user. This project will take inputs, might be the character names, settings and theme of the story. It will generate unique story every time you try to communicate with ChatGPT 3.5. Why I'm stuck with 3.5? There is 4 and 4.0 that's coming, right? But when you go to OpenAPI, it's still at the 3.5 version itself. It is having 16K, 1105. There is some other codes that's going on. It's just a turbo GPT 3.5. There are many kinds of models. But for now, it is 3.5 in OpenAPI platform. Not talking about the ChatGPT 4 or 4.0. Okay? Don't get confused with that. Steps in order to create this project, very simple. Set up the environment, collect the user inputs, generate story using AI model and display the generated story. Simple as that. First, when we talk about the installing of libraries, here we have to install OpenAI LangChain. It is related to OpenAI, also related to Python. So, pip install OpenAI and LangChain. Both of these libraries we have to install. Then, in order to collect the input from the user, you have to have two different Python files here. So that is the differentiation. Previous demonstration, we had only one Python file, one front-end file. We used to work with the code. Here, you have two files. What does this do? First one says user input.py. That means we are trying to welcome the user and take the input from the user. Here you could see, welcome to the personalized story generator. You have entered the main character's name. Please enter that. Then enter the setting of the story and enter the theme of the story. For example, adventure, mystery, horror, anything as such. Return the character, setting, theme to the particular file called storygenerator.py. You are taking input with the help of one Python file and you are trying to give that particular collected input to another Python file, that is storygenerator.py. From LangChain, import chain prompt text model, then user input. As I told you, user input file, you have to take all the user input, get user inputs. What is collected? Character name, settings and theme. This is collected. You have to take this as an input and import that into this particular story generator Python file. This is the function where you can just create certain story according to the inputs given by the particular user. Then you will have a prompt. You will have to work with a text model. As I told you, this is GPT 3.5 Turbo here, and here comes your OpenAPI key. You have to put your secret key here and then you have to execute this particular main block. It will try to give you the story generated here in the print statement. Generated story is so and so. A paragraph of a story will be displayed for you. So this is how the main block will get executed, and these are the commands or the codes which we use. Every code is having a self-explanatory comment that you can read and understand once again if you don't follow it here. Okay, this particular learning material or code is always provided. No worries, you can go back, rework on this again. Then what do you do? In order to display the story, you have to execute the file. How do you execute? Storygenerator.py. Here, why are we not using Python? We have to use Python, right? It should be Python storygenerator.py. That's how it will execute. Simple as that. You will have a quick recap here. First is environment setup. That is, you are having Python in your system. You have two libraries, that is OpenAI and LangChain. Then you have to have your own API key, which is discrete. You have to create main script, that is story generator, and you also have to create a subscript, that is user inputs. Then you have to generate the story functionality, that is OpenAI's ChatGPT. You have to use that and you have to give them the character name, setting, theme, etc. It will develop the story, and if you execute, it will give back the story which is already developed. As simple as that. Hope this is very clear for you. Now let's see the demonstration. What is the output and how it will work? We are trying to execute personalized story generator, which we have already discussed, that we are using the library called LangChain. Here it is. You have two different Python files. One is story generator, one is user input. It is already explained. User input is used to take the input from the user, and story generator is the main app. You should not execute Python user underscore input.py. You have to execute story underscore generator.py. That's how you will get the output screen. This is kind of special execution that every output is seen on the command prompt itself. We need not navigate between any other locations for output. What is this PyCache? If you click on this folder, after you compile your code, this is actually generated. Compiled Python file will be generated. So that is why it is here. Now, let's quickly hop on to our command prompt and try to execute this particular code file. In order to do that, first what we need is we have to copy this location where it is actually situated, the folder of your app. Now, we are on the command prompt. We are changing the directory and pasting the location which we copied and clicking on enter. We are in the folder called personalized story generator. What we have to do, we'll try to execute Python story underscore generator dot py. Once you click on enter, this is how it starts executing. Welcome to the personalized story generator, and I'll type a name of the main character as Alice, and it will ask setting of the story where it has to happen. I can say Enchanted Forest. I'll give the location, visualization idea for the GPT. I'll click on enter. It should be a mystery one or adventure one or horror one, whatever you can mention that. I'll mention as adventure story. I'll click on enter. See, the story is generated in this form. You can read the story pausing the screen, but yeah, it will include the main character, the setting of the story, also what kind of story, what is the theme of the story. It will try to give you the complete paragraph which you can use it for your requirement. This is how a story generator will work. Using LangChain, you can create much more applications. This is of one basic example. Hope this is clear for you. Here we are at the last part of this session, summary. Let's quickly recap what all did we understand in this session. First, we started with the introduction of LangChain, and we provided the overview of LangChain capabilities, its applications, why we use this model, workflows, etc. We understood the development environment and outlined the steps, and also saw the demonstration. How do we actually install the LangChain and how do we verify also? Then we had a knowledge about core concepts and core components. These are the fundamental principal structures or individual modules which will link the elements in LangChain, and you have to know about them. At last, we saw a case study on generating a story, personalized story generator. How did we execute the same on the command prompt, and how did we get the output, and all these aspects were demonstrated in the case study. Hope this particular session was very informative. We'll meet in the next one. Thank you. Happy learning.
Hello and welcome to our comprehensive guide on Retrieval Augmented Generation, that is RAG. In this video, we'll start with an introduction to large language models, followed by its limitation and a deep dive into RAG, a cutting-edge technique reshaping the AI landscape. We'll break down the basic key concepts and essential terminology of RAG and explore its key components and workflow. Discover the exciting application of RAG and learn how to address hallucination in this innovative approach. And wait, we also have a surprise add-on for you all. You will get hands-on with RAG using LangChain, from importing libraries to detailed implementation. But here's the best part. This is not just a theory. You will be guided through each step, ensuring you gain practical experience and master RAG by the end of the session. So get ready to elevate your AI skills. Let's get started.
What exactly is an LLM? Imagine you have a super smart friend who has read every book, article, and blog post in the world. This friend can chat with you about almost anything, help you with your homework, write stories, and even tell you jokes. That's pretty much what an LLM does. In technical terms, an LLM is a type of artificial intelligence that has been trained on vast amounts of data. It can understand and generate human-like text based on the pattern it has learned from all that reading. This is part of a broader field called generative AI, which focuses on creating content that resembles human output. Let's now break down the basics. Large language and model. Large just means that the model has been trained with a massive amount of data. We are talking about billions of words from books, websites, articles, and more. Model refers to a set of instructions or algorithms that helps the AI understand and generate language. Think of it like a recipe that guides how to make a cake. In this case, it is guiding the AI on how to create meaningful text. Let's talk about language. This is all about words, sentences, and how we communicate. When you text your friends, write an email, or post on social media, you are using language. So now that you understand what each word in LLM stands for, let's quickly see what is the technical definition. LLMs are language models made up of neural network with billions of parameters that are trained by self-supervised learning on vast amounts of unlabeled text. Now let's dive into how do LLMs work. Let's simplify this with an example. Imagine you type "the sky is dash dash dash." The LLM might predict the next word to be blue because it has seen that phrase so many times during its training. Large language models like GPT-4 operate based on complex neural networks trained on vast amounts of text data. Here is a simplified explanation of how they work in two phases. The first phase is the training phase, followed by the inference phase. The training phase has 4 steps. Step 1, data collection. That is gathering diverse text data from various sources. Step 2, pre-processing, which means cleaning and tokenizing text data into numerical representations. Step 3, model architecture, which is nothing but designing the neural network structure, typically a transformer. Step 4, training is adjusting model parameters by predicting the next word in sentences. By this training phase, the LLMs are being trained on vast amount of data to do further predictions. Now, coming to the next phase, which is inference phase. It also has 4 steps. Step 1, input processing. That means tokenizing and converting the input text into embeddings. Step 2, generating output. Now using the model to predict and generate the next words. Step 3, sampling, which is selecting words from predicted probability distribution. Step 4, last but not the least, post-processing, which means converting generated tokens back to readable text. After the training phase, in the inference phase, the LLMs will recognize the pattern, sample content, and give predictions. Apart from these steps, there are 3 key concepts which we should know to demystify LLMs. First, attention mechanism. This allows the model to focus on relevant part of the input text, improving its understanding of context and meaning. Second, embeddings, which are numerical representation of words or tokens that capture their meaning and relationship. Third, transformers. Transformers are the architecture that uses self-attention to process input data in parallel, making it efficient and more powerful. Let's see some examples of LLMs in action. Example 1, chatting. Your prompt can be, "What is the capital of Japan?" LLM replies, "The capital of Japan is Tokyo." LLM knows this because it has read a lot of information about countries and capitals. Let's see example 2 about writing. Your prompt can be, "Can you help me write a story?" LLM says, "Sure. Once upon a time in a land far away, there was a brave knight who... dash dash dash." The LLM can generate creative text based on what it has learned from reading stories. Example 3, let's see answering questions. Your prompt can be, "Explain photosynthesis in simple terms." LLM replies, "Photosynthesis is a process by which plants use sunlight to make food from carbon dioxide and water. It simplifies complex topics by using the patterns it has learned from educational content. There are different types of LLMs, each designed for specific task and application. Now let's explore these types. First are base models. They are trained on a wide range of data and can perform general language understanding and generation tasks. They aren't specialized for any particular type of instructions, but are versatile. For example, GPT-3, which is known for its versatility and ability to generate coherent and contextually relevant text. Another type is instruction-based models. They are fine-tuned to follow specific instructions better than base models. They can understand and execute tasks based on detailed prompts given by the user. For example, T5, that is text-to-text transfer transformer. It converts all NLP problems into a text-to-text format, making it highly versatile for tasks like translation, summarization, and question answering. Another example is Instruct GPT, which is tailored to follow specific user instructions better and provide more useful and safe responses. So, these were the types of LLMs. However, there are paid and open source LLMs as well in the market. Based on your usage and budget, you can explore them. Some paid LLMs are GPT-4, 4o, Microsoft Azure OpenAI services, etc. And open source are GPT Neo, BERT, etc. Let's see how are LLMs revolutionizing the world of AI. In education, they can help explain difficult concepts, answer questions, and even tutor students. In content creation, they assist writers, marketers, creators by generating ideas, drafting content, and editing. In coding, they assist professionals with generating code to their specific problems. In customer support, many companies use LLMs to power their chatbots, providing quick and accurate responses to their customer inquiries. Apart from all these fields, LLMs are being utilized in every field and domain. But it's not all smooth sailing. There are challenges too. Let's see one such challenge, which is bias. Since LLMs learn from human-written text, they can pick up and reproduce biases present in the data. Another one is misinformation. They can sometimes provide incorrect or misleading information, especially if the data they were trained on was flawed. However, keeping challenges aside, the future of LLMs is exciting. As they continue to improve, we can expect them to become even more accurate, reliable, and versatile. They will be better at understanding context, handling complex tasks, and even learning from smaller amounts of data. So, there you have it. Large language models, LLMs, are like super smart friends powered by tons of data and advanced algorithms. They can chat, write, and help us in countless ways. As they continue to evolve, they are set to become even more integral in our daily lives.
As you know what is large language model, we're going to discuss about limitation of large language model. So why we will going to switch on RAG. So before that, we should understand the limitations of LLMs. So the first limitation is computational resources. So to train the data and to deploy the model, we need high cost there. So this, during training the model and deploying the model using LLM, there we need high computational cost. So that is the first limitation of LLM. Next is data dependency. So LLM use vast amount of data. So there it actually highly dependent on or heavily dependent on data. So after data dependency, next is performance issue. So LLM having this limitation because factually it provides sometimes incorrect output, which is referred as hallucination. After performance issue, let's move to the next limitation, that is ethical and social concern. So as you know, LLM use very large amount of data, right? So during that data might have some sensitive information as well. So we have to be very careful about the privacy of the data, and there we should be careful about the all the ethics for data what we are using, and the legal things related with data. So that limitation what we have in LLM is regarding this ethics for using a data and the data privacy. After that, explainability, and last is generalization limits. So these all are the limitation of large language models, and because of these limitation we'll move to RAG that will reduce that limitation, will be used to overcome this limitation. Let's understand about Retrieval Augmented Generation, which is RAG. Now what is RAG over here? First we'll discuss about the definition part, then after we'll use why we use this RAG, the purpose of RAG, and last we'll going to understand how it works. But before we start this, I'll tell you the meaning of that retrieval. Retrieval basically that R is working like a brain that search for all the information. So what we can say here, that R is basically work like a brain, okay, that search all the information. Then after this generation part, what is this generation? So that generation basically it's a creative part of RAG, okay. So that is used to work on that the data what we have searched through retrieval. And then after the last part is knowledge base. After once we'll finish the definition and the purpose and how it works, we're going to understand the knowledge base part as well. So knowledge base is the last thing where we basically use to collect all the information what we have gathered after this retrieval and generation part, okay. So let's understand first what is definition of RAG. So RAG combines language generation with information retrieval to enhance text generation. Basically, it makes the data more accurate, reliable. It uses external data sources to provide more accurate, as I said before, and relevant responses. Next comes is purpose of RAG. Now the main goal is what? Of course, if we are working on data, if we want to train a data, if we want to deploy the model, so basically we need the accuracy there, we need the quality there, right? And reliability should be there. So these all three terms what I said is there in RAG. So the purpose of RAG over here is the main goal to improve the quality, accuracy of language model output. Because that issue we are getting in LLMs. As I discussed before, the limitation of LLM. So there is performance issue, right? So in performance issue, what I told you that the output we were getting through LLM, sometimes it factually incorrect, and but the output how LLM show is like very confidently LLM provide the incorrect output, which referred as hallucination. So here that RAG is used to overcome through that limitation. Here we can see that to improve the quality and accuracy, and the output what we are getting is more better and accurate and reliable. RAG help models provide up-to-date information and contextually rich responses. So basically, in brief, we can say the output what we get through RAG is very accurate, very reliable, and The information what we get through RAG at last is very up to date. Now the next point is how RAG works. So here you can see that RAG retrieve relevant information from a database or the internet before generating a text. So database we can use like SQL or any other database to retrieve the relevant information. This retrieved information is then used to produce more informed response to get the better output and up-to-date information. So that's how RAG works. Now the next you can see on the screen is benefits and example of RAG. So first we'll discuss about the benefit of RAG. You can see there that RAG improves the obviously accuracy. This is the best and the first main benefit of the RAG, that it improves the factual accuracy which we generally don't get in sometimes in LLM of generated text. It allows model to provide answer based on the latent available data. So whatever the available data we have, based on that it provide the correct output there. Whatever the information we have, based on that it always try to provide the accurate outcome there, and as well as up-to-date information. After that you can see that use case of RAG. Now what is it? Common application you can see where we can use the RAG is include chatbot, virtual assistant and content creation tools. Chatbot you already know, a lot of chatbots now we are using. Virtual assistant which actually assist you virtually. If you ask anything you will get a response based on your query. So in these many application we can use the RAG, and there we actually get the proper accuracy. Next is RAG is useful in any scenario where accurate and current information is crucial. After that, let's discuss about the example of RAG. So you can see on the screen that I have given there that Google Search Augmented Model and OpenAI models using retrieval plugins. So this is well-known examples of RAG system where we are actually taking the benefit of the RAG. These systems set the benchmark for integrating retrieval with generation. So basically, this system you can see in OpenAI. In OpenAI, we have a lot of models like ChatGPT and all. There we are using these RAG and all because they are giving the benchmark. What I said before, that this system set the benchmark because the output accuracy we are getting through that output is far better than because of RAG. So this system actually set the benchmark for integrating retrieval with generation. So these Google Search Augmented models and OpenAI nowadays are using RAG just to get the proper outcome in a very accurate manner. So we're going to understand more about RAG. So let's dive into the RAG more. So now the next concept is basic terminologies of RAG. Let's understand one by one all the basic concepts and terminology which we use in RAG. First is retrieval component. Now what it is? So the retrieval component, as you can see on the screen, it searches for the relevant information, and it actually works like a brain who search for all the information, right? So the retrieval component searches for the information, and from where it searches, from database or some other source like internet. Then after, this component ensures the model has access to be up to date. So this retrieval component, when it searches the information, the key point here is that whatever information it will search, that should be up to date. So it always focus on that also. And after that, why it always focus on up to date? So because if the information what it will search for, basically if it is up to date, then based on those information only we'll get the accurate final outcome. So here it should be first up to date and the contextually relevant data, right? It should not be something else, like if suppose we are searching for a data, so it's completely relevant for what we are searching. Next is generation component. Now what it is, the generation component use that retrieved data, means the data what we have searched through retrieval component. So it uses that data, and why it uses to generate some response based on that up-to-date information. This ensures that generated text is both coherent and factually accurate. So generation is used to get the information from the retrieval component, and then after it start working on it and try to generate the accurate and reliable data, or we can say the outcome. Now the next you can see here is very important, which is knowledge base. These three are very important parts of RAG. So knowledge base is basically what? The knowledge base is the source of the information from where you are getting that information in retrieval component. So here you can see on the screen that the knowledge base is the source of information used by the retrieval component. As I said before, it can include database or other sources from where the retrieval component is actually retrieving the info. So it can be any source, it can be a website, or it can be any database like SQL. Basically, the structured collection of the information from where we can get the proper up-to-date data is basically comes under knowledge base. So from where we are taking, from where we are retrieving the data is knowledge base. Once we retrieve the information, the important and useful information, the up-to-date information, then it will go to generation component, where this component start using that information to generate a response which will be very accurate and reliable. So now the next one is contextual understanding. So you can see on the screen that this actually allows the model to interpret the user's query accurately. This helps in retrieving the most relevant information for generating a response. So basically, it understands what is the context behind the retrieved information. It allow, or it try to interpret the user's query accurately. So based on that query only, we're going to generate the response, like what we want that will come in the outcome, right? So if it will understand that properly, then it will generate the accurate and reliable response. So this is contextual understanding. Next comes is relevance scoring. Now what it is? Relevance scoring ranks the retrieved information based on its importance to the query. This ensures that the most pertinent information is used in the generation process. So basically, it gives you the assurity that the information which you are using is the most relevant information to generate the response. After that comes integration of retrieval and generation. Basically, the retrieval and generation, when it will get merged, basically the final part, the seamless integration of retrieval and generation component is crucial for RAG. This integration allows what? For real-time information retrieval and response generation. So basically the last part of this which is called the merging part, basically when you get the proper information through retrieval, the process is done. Then when you will going to generate, so that seamless process, it comes under the integration of retrieval and generation. Now we will going to understand the benefits of using RAG with LLMs, that why we are using RAG with LLMs. So as we have already talked about the limitation of LLM. So to overcome from that limitation, we will going to use RAG, because RAG somewhere is more beneficial in terms of hallucination. In LLMs, we have discussed about that also. And a lot of other limitation what we actually have in LLMs while using LLMs. So to overcome through that, we are using here. So let's understand step by step everything. So let's discuss all the benefits of using RAG with LLM. So first is enhanced accuracy. As you know that while using LLM, we actually have a limitation that the performance accuracy is not up to the mark. So here it actually work on it. And how it work? It always try to gather the information or to retrieve the information which is up to date. And if the information is up to date, of course you will get the correct response at last. So it ensured the generated text first should be reliable and contextually correct. It should not be like we are working on today and we are getting the outcome of yesterday's part. So it always try to fetch the up-to-date information. If we are working today, so it try to fetch the exact and up-to-date information what we have today, and based on that, when we'll get the response, obviously that will be more reliable and correct. Next is contextual relevance. By retrieving relevant information, you can see here the RAG ensures that responses are contextually appropriate. It should be relatable. Then this leads to more meaningful and relevant interaction with the user. It should be more relatable, it should be more relevant, so then only user can get the response proper there. It try to cut down the irrelevant information and it try to fetch only the relatable data. Next come is handling diverse query. RAG allows model to handle a wide range of topics by accessing a vast knowledge base. It enhances the model's ability to answer questions beyond pre-trained knowledge. So we always train the knowledge base, right? So beyond that limit also, it tried to give the accurate and proper answer based on the user's query. So that's why the third is handling diverse queries. Next is reduced hallucination, which is a very important point over here, which makes it a better version, which makes it why we are using nowadays, why we are more focusing on RAG with LLM. Because it helps minimizing the hallucination where model generate incorrect or non-essential information. Because while using large language models, most of the time we face this problem of hallucination. Means the model confidently provide or give you the incorrect information, right? And based on that, when we get the response, of course it will be not accurate, it will be incorrect. So it tried to minimize that problem. It tried to minimize that hallucination. You can see here the retrieval of accurate data supports more credible and coherent text generation. So at last, when we generate the response, that will be more correct, accurate, reliable and relevant and up to date as well. Next one is after that scalability. Now you can see on the screen that RAG can scale to include new information without need of retraining the model. Means you no need to retrain the model. You no need to train the model again and again. So it can scale to include new information. Basically, if you are working on some info and if you are getting more info later, the up-to-date, obviously because it works on up-to-date information. So it include that up-to-date, that new information, it can include, but no need to again work on training the model. So without retraining the model, we can scale to include the new information. Next, it makes it easy to maintain and update the model's knowledge base. So the database, knowledge base is what means when you get the data from, when you store the data in the database, right? The database automatically get updated, so it helps or it makes the process easy by maintaining and updating the model's knowledge base. Now the next one is versatile applications. So RAG is beneficial for various applications such as you can see here that customer support, content creation and virtual assistant. So it has a lot of application where we can use this RAG. Its ability to provide a precise and the relevant information enhance the effectiveness of these applications, because these all are those applications which actually need the accuracy more. So the point here is why we are using this RAG in these applications, because they actually depended on the accuracy more, and it actually, because of this RAG, these applications provide more effective outcome. So these all are the benefits of using RAG with large language model. Now we're going to understand by using a simple example. So now next is key components in retrieval. What are the key components of retrieval? The first one is retrieval component overview. The retrieval component is responsible for finding relevant information to support the query response. So if a user asks a query, it start working. Okay, it start trying to find the relevant and relatable information based on the query to provide the accurate response through generation. It not only use the pre-trained knowledge base, it use the internet also to get the relevant information based on the user's query. So it accesses external data sources, database or the internet for this information just to get the up-to-date info. After that comes knowledge base. This is again the very important component. Here the knowledge base is what it includes the collection of all the information, relatable information, collection of document, collection of articles, what we are getting through other sources. So it serves as the primary source of information for the retrieval process. After that, efficient search mechanism. So here you can see the retrieval component first understand the query context to search effectively. It involves what? It involves parsing the query to identify key terms and concepts. So if you ask a query, it actually make the search process more efficient. How? It try to get or try to fetch the important key terms out of your query. Try to work on it more to give the correct and accurate response. Now, the next one is information retrieval algorithm. Now, what it is, as you can see over here, that algorithm like BM25 or TF-IDF are used to find and rank relevant document. Relevant document, as you already know, that those who are more relatable with the query of the user. So this algorithm is score document based on their relevance to the query terms, and based on that only we can say that yeah, we are getting the accurate response, because more relatable things only can show you the final accurate response. Next come is relevance scoring. Now what it is, retrieved document are scored to determine their importance to the query. So it prioritized based on the ranking of the info, and the most important will be on the first rank, then so on. So higher scoring document are prioritized for generating the response. So it will move to the generation stage then. After that, again you can see here efficient search mechanism. What it is? Advanced search now. So this advanced search mechanism do what? It ensure the quick and accurate retrieval of the info, of the information. This efficiency is very important or crucial, we can say, for real-time applications like chatbot and virtual assistant. Next come is key components of generation. Let's talk about first the generation component overview. So the generation component overview is what? It uses the retrieved information, the information what we have retrieved through retrieval, it use that to create the response, and the response will be very relevant to the query. It integrates the retrieved data into meaningful and contextually relevant reply. So whatever information that retrieval process retrieve through various different sources, it actually integrate those data based on the ranking. After that, you can see here is contextual integration. Now what it is? The model integrate context from the query and retrieved information. Then after this ensures what? The response is not only accurate but very appropriate also as per the user query. Then after, next comes language model. Now what it is? The generation component is actually use various advanced language model like GPT-3, GPT-4. These models have been pre-trained on vast data already to generate human-like text. So if you ask a query, obviously you only can understand if it will come as a response in human-like text, right? Then only you will be able to understand what you are getting as a response. You cannot understand in the form of encoded text. So basically it generates the human-like text to make it more easy to understand for a user, and it works on a large amount of data because these models have been already pre-trained on vast amount of data. Next come coherence and fluency. Now what it is? The generated text is designed to be coherent and fluent, resembling natural human conversation. This quality is critical for user satisfaction and engagement. So here, if you have noticed what I have explained before, that suppose if you have asked a query, right, with the model, so there if you want to refine it, right, because as a response what you are getting, you are not satisfied with that. It's not like it's not accurate, but the point is you want something more for as a response. So here you can do the conversation in a very natural human conversation. In that manner you can do the conversation, and you can refine the response in your based on your query, and based on that again you will get the more accurate outcome. So this quality is critical or important. Why? For us, means for user satisfaction and engagement. Next is dynamic content generation. The generation process is dynamic and allowing what the model to create a diverse and adaptive response. It can handle various type of queries from factual question to conversational prompt. Conversational means when you start asking again and again based on the response what you are getting through the model, and based on your refinement of the query, it start giving you more better version of the response. So this is a very important component of generation. Now the next is response optimization. Now what it is? The model continuously optimize the response based on the feedback and new data. Feedback means if we want to give something more based on the response, that feedback loop will work over here. So based on the feedback and suppose something new come up, right? So based on that new data, it always optimize the response in a better way. This adaptive learning actually improves the accuracy and the relevance of future responses. So this adaptive learning not only improves the accuracy, but actually it improves the relevance of the future responses also, because it continuously optimize the output, or we can say the response, based on the updated information and based on the feedback what we share or what we give to the generated response. So now, as we have discussed, as we have spoke about the benefits of using RAG with LLM, let's talk about the RAG's effectiveness by using a simple example. So first you can see here query example. So here you consider a user asking, what are the latest advancement in AI? A standard language model might provide a general answer based on its training data, because the training model, based on that only generally the language model provides the answer. Retrieval process is the next. The RAG model first retrieve the recent article, research paper on AI advancement. So this is the example of that up-to-date information. Like RAG uses always the up-to-date information. So this is the part there. This ensures that the response includes the latest information available. It not only will work on the trained data, but if you have some up-to-date information regarding your query, So it will try to fetch that without retraining the data. Then comes generation process. You can see here that using the retrieved data, the model generates a detailed and up-to-date response there. Because first the retrieved data is up-to-date already. So obviously once the generation process starts, so it will give you the up-to-date response and in a detailed manner. This response is more accurate and informative compared to standard models answer. Reason? Because it not only work on the trained data, but if you have something new related with the query what you are asking for, it work on that and then will give you the final response. So the accuracy is more here and more informative. Now, the next is comparative effectiveness. What it is? A standard model might say AI is improving rapidly with new technology. In contrast, a RAG model could say recent advancement in AI include development in quantum computing and ethical AI framework as reported in the latest research paper from 2024. So you can see the difference that the standard model, how we'll get the response through that, and if we are talking about RAG, then how and what response we could get through this model. Next comes user satisfaction. Now what it is? Obviously the name itself is explaining the whole thing over here, that the detailed and current response provided by RAG enhances user satisfaction. You can see in the above example that the response what we are getting through standard and the RAG, which one is more satisfied. So if I see the outcome through the standard model and if I see the outcome what we are having right now through RAG model, the second one is more satisfactory, right? We are understanding properly here what are the recent advancement in AI, right? So this satisfaction should be there for the users, and user receive precise and relevant information, correct information, reliable information, up-to-date information, which improve their overall experience. So that should be there. It should be there for a user, because why we are working on large language model, why we are working more on RAG, just to get the satisfied experience from the user. Now next comes practical implication. Now what it is, as you can see on the screen, this example highlight how RAG can be more effective in real world application, how RAG is so helpful in terms of better user experience. It demonstrates the practical benefits of integrating retrieval with generation for better AI interaction. Now the next part, workflow of RAG. How RAG works. So basic workflow of RAG will going to understand, the step by step we're going to discuss about. The first one is user query. We'll work on the user query. The first step is the process starts when a user inputs a query or a prompt into the system. This query can be a question. This query can be a request for information, means if I want to know something about anything, like suppose if I want to know about the latest advancement in AI, so I can ask as a request for that information what I'm providing, or any text input requiring a response. After this user query, when we start with our query, next is retrieval stage. There RAG start doing its work. So the model searches for the relevant information based on our query from a predefined knowledge base or the internet. It's not only depend on the predefined knowledge base. It try to fetch, it try to retrieve the information through the internet as well. It try to collect all the relatable, relevant information. And then once it retrieves the most relevant information, articles, data, whatever, based on the query, it moves to the next step. And the next step is ranking retrieved information. Now what it is, we have already discussed in a brief that the retrieved information is ranked based on its relevance and importance to the query, that how much that retrieved information is relatable to the query, the user query. Based on, we ranked those information, and the most relevant information will be prioritized for the next step, for the next stage. Okay, so here you can see that the retrieved information is ranked based on its relevance and importance to the query, how it is important, how it is useful, how much it is useful for the query what user is asking for. This step ensures that the most important data should be prioritized for the next stage, because if we'll not prioritize, if we'll not going to rank the most prominent data, most relevant data, then the accuracy might vary. So here this step actually is very important to have, because it actually do the ranking thing. Ranking process basically trying to prioritize the most important info from the retrieved information. Now, the next is after that generation stage. So, what generation stage do? We have already discussed it in brief, that the model uses the top ranked retrieved information to generate the response for the user. Here you can see it involves what? It involves creating coherent and contextually appropriate text that addresses the user's query very accurately and very clearly. Basically, it works on the ranking retrieved information. Why? Because based on the top prioritized information, which is what? Which is more relatable to the query. Okay, so based on those top ranked information, it start generating the response, and it start giving the detailed and accurate response, which is more relatable and relevant to the query. So this is called generation stage. Next is response delivery. Now what it is? The generated response. What we have discussed in the last slide, that the response what we based on what we retrieved through the ranking retrieval stage, when we generate the response, that response is delivered back to the user. We have worked on your query, we have retrieved the information, then we have prioritized the most relevant information based on your query, we have generated the response in a detailed manner. Now it is time to deliver back to the user. It is time to send the final response to the user based on his or her query. The response aims to be accurate, relevant and informative, means in a detailed manner, enhancing user satisfaction. So we have already talked about, we have already discussed in between the standard model and the RAG model. You can understand now the difference between both, that how we get the outcome response from the standard and how we get through the RAG model. So here, because of this RAG, the response what we get at the end will be more satisfactory. Next is feedback loop. Here you can see that user feedback can be used to refine and improve the retrieval and generation process. At last we can see it is also a process. Sometimes maybe we can get the proper refined or some thing that model also can miss, right? It try to give you the accurate response, but sometimes suppose what if we miss anything. So here this feedback loop do what? Based on the generated response, when it get delivered to the user, when user get the response at last, user feedback here basically what? User give the improve feedback, like where we can improve, where we can refine it more. It's like if you give a prompt, right? If you are getting some outcome based on your prompt, and if you want something more, it's not sufficient for you. So that information what you are getting as a response, so you will again go ask back. Okay, you will going to ask back, or you will going to give the prompt back. Okay, I want more on this. So that feedback is working here like a refinement on your query. So what it improves? It improves the retrieval and generation process more, and this loop help continuously enhancing the model's performance. You will get better version of the final response. So this is the feedback loop. After this, we're going to understand the key components of RAG, means for retrieval and for generation. So let's discuss now about the various applications of RAG. First one is customer support. How we use RAG in customer support? RAG enhances customer support by providing accurate and timely responses to the user query. Second, it uses real-time data retrieval to answer diverse questions, improving customer satisfaction. Next application is virtual assistant. Virtual assistant is like what? Siri, Alexa. These applications uses RAG to deliver the relevant information quickly. So whenever you ask any question or whenever you say anything to Siri and Alexa, you get the response very quickly and correct also. So these all because of implementing RAG to that virtual assistant, and it enables them to handle a wide range of tasks from setting reminders to answering complex questions. So it actually uses there as in to set various different tasks. So RAG is not only helpful to get the relevant information or up-to-date information, it is helpful in other tasks also, for especially virtual assistant. Next is content creation. Now how it can be helpful in creating a content? So it aids in generating high quality content for blogs, article and social media. If you ask a query based on your information what you will provide, that I want in this manner, I want in that manner. So based on your informative query, it will try to give you the correct and accurate and detailed response there. So that can be helpful to create your blog or article or any other social media post. It retrieves the relevant information or data to ensure the content is accurate and up to date. Next application is medical diagnosis. Now, how it can be helpful in terms of medical? So, in healthcare, RAG assists doctor by retrieving and summarizing the latest medical research. This support accurate and informed decision making in patient care. So, suppose if you are not aware about the latest or advancement in medical research, obviously it will not be so helpful for in terms of patient care, right? So if you have the complete info about the latest research what is going in medical or in healthcare, so that will be helpful for a doctor to take care of a patient based on the latest and advancement research what we have in the medical field. After that, you can see here that it is helpful in educational tool. How it is helpful in education? As we use in education to provide a student with precise and detailed explanation. It helps in creating personalized learning experience by retrieving relevant study material based on the child or based on the student. We can provide the relevant study material so they can go through that and it will be more accurate and up to date. So there also the RAG is very helpful. Next comes legal research. So basically legal professionals use this RAG to quickly find and summarize the pertinent legal documents. This speeds up the research process and improves the accuracy of legal advice. So you know that if we go with legal documents, we actually have to go through with a lot of documents. Just to read the document, it actually takes a lot of time. So it gives you the summarized form of those documents, and based on that summary, you can work in a more effective manner that research, or you can give the more effective advice there quickly. So that's why RAG is very helpful in legal research as well. Now the next one is text summarization. Now before we understand how it is helpful there, we'll understand what is text summarization. So text summarization is what if you give a lengthy para, just for an example, in a very simple way I'm explaining, that if you are giving a very lengthy and very text heavy paragraph, right, and if just want a brief about that, it summarize that complete para in a very precise, a very brief manner. So you just, what basically text summarization do, it focus more on the key words out of that complete para, and which is very important for you to understand. So text summarization is what? It is the process of condensing a long document into a shorter version while retaining the key information. RAG enhances this by retrieving the most relevant part of the text to include in the summary. So what basically RAGs do? Actually read the complete large document, okay? Out of that, it try to pick the important keywords, okay? Based on those important keywords, it try to summarize in a very shorter version. So that will actually help to reduce the time of reading the whole large document, and it somewhere save your time only. So this is called text summarization. Now next is automatic summarization tool. RAG powered tool can automatically summarize articles, reports and books. So it is very helpful in text summarization, and by using this tool, it actually give the summarized version of any report, article or book in a very quicker way. This saves time, as I said before, and effort for user who need quick insight from lengthy text. So just not to waste the time, we can summarize the large amount of info in a very shorter version. Next is improving comprehension. Summarized text help the readers understand the main points without reading the entire document. What is the meaning of this? Basically, that the entire document, if you read, it will take time for you to understand first, and once you will read the entire document, then after only you can come on some conclusion. So when you will get the summarized text, means when you will get the main point out of that entire document, you can work on it in a very quick manner, and then you can come on the conclusion also very fast. So this is particularly useful in academic and professional setting where time is limited. After that, keeping summaries relevant. So by retrieving up-to-date information, you can see on the screen that what is written, that RAG ensures the summary include the latest development. It always try to work on the up-to-date information. This is very important for those fields, especially in news and research, where the up-to-date information is must, where information is constantly evolving, means it keeps changing, right? So there it is very important. So next, after we're going to discuss customizable summaries. What it is, user can customize the level of detail in the summary according to their need. If I just want, suppose if I am giving a large document and I just want to understand the main point, if I am at beginner level, and the document is not only for beginner, it is for the beginner, for professional, or basically we can say for advanced level also. But I just want a summary based on, as I am a beginner, so I just want the summary based on that part. So it will actually customize that, okay, based on our need. RAG can generate brief overview or more detailed summary based on our preference. So if I am a professional and what the document I shared, I want a detailed summary of that, so I can customize in a way. If I am at beginner level, I just need easy summarized version, so I can customize in that way. So it is very helpful in customizable summary. After that, integration with other apps. It can easily integrate with other apps. How? You can see on the screen that text summarization can be integrated into other applications such as email client and document editor. So if this flexibility there now, it will be very helpful for us in our work. So this enhances productivity by providing quick insights directly within the tool user already use. So no need to work again separately, because it can easily integrate with the tool on which we are already working. So that will actually somewhere make our job easy, and this flexibility should be there while using any tool, right? So RAG is having that quality, or we can say that benefit what we have through RAG is that it can easily integrate with other apps. Now next is advanced question answering system. How RAG is helpful over here? First we'll understand in the introductory part of what is advanced question answering system. Advanced QA system utilize sophisticated algorithm to understand and answer complex query. When we ask any question, we should get the proper answer. So in a very simple manner, I can say what is question answering system. If you ask very complex query, you should get the proper answer, so that advanced QA system understand that complex query and give you answer. This system go beyond simple keyword matching to provide accurate and contextually relevant response. After that, integration of retrieval and generation. It combines retrieval mechanism to gather relevant information from database. Uses generation model to synthesize coherent and accurate answers from the retrieved data. So integration of retrieval and generation is what? When you retrieve the relevant information based on the user query, it generates the accurate response and up-to-date response and relevant information. That is the part of integrating retrieval and generation part. After this, role of LLM in QA system. Now, what is the role of LLM in QA system? Large language model like GPT-4 enhance QA system by providing different context-aware responses. LLM can handle a wide range of topic and generate detailed answer based on vast amount of training data, because if you talk about GPT-4 is trained by using a large and vast amount of data. So if you give any query, if you ask any query using a prompt, you will get some response through that model GPT-4. So how? Because it can handle wide or different range of topic and generate detailed answer based on that trained data what we have feed there. That data is actually a large amount of vast amount of data. Next is real-time data access. Now the meaning of here real-time data access is advanced QA system can access and retrieve real-time data, ensuring that answers are up to date. Real-time means what? Right? Whatever you are asking, it should be up to date on real-time basis. So whatever query you will going to ask, based on that, this actually retrieve the information and generate the response which will be up to date. This capability is very important for application require current information, especially for example for news channels, right? Such as news and financial data. That financial data of course should be up to date only. In stock market, the data should be up to date. So for those application, it is very important. After comes personalized response. QA system not only used for real-time data access, but can provide personalized answers based on user history and preferences. Personalized enhances user experience by making interaction more relevant and engaging. Let's discuss about application across domains. Widely used in customer support, we have already talked about virtual assistant, healthcare, and education. These systems help automate response, reduce the workload of the user, and improve the efficiency across different sectors. So this is all about various applications in RAG. We have discussed about various applications like how we are using in customer support, virtual assistant, and many more. After this, we're going to understand more about RAG, that the hallucination term, which is very crucial or important to understand. So let's discuss about hallucination in RAG system. Now we're going to understand the most crucial part, which is hallucination in RAG system. How RAG will be helpful and how does it help this hallucination in LLM. But before that, we'll understand hallucination in LLMs first. What is hallucination? Hallucination in LLM occurs when the model generates the text which is factually incorrect. Okay, this response may seem plausible but are not based on the accurate information. So in short, we can say that when the model generate the output, generate the response, but it is not correct, it is incorrect. So because of that, we obviously lose the accuracy there, and that is known as hallucination. It actually, this issue actually we have more in large language model. So next is cause of hallucination. Why it happen? Why we get this issue? So hallucination can occur due to the limitation of training the data or the model inability to retrieve the relevant information. So in that case, this hallucination occur. So they often occur if the model attempts to answer question beyond its training scope. So if you remember, I have discussed this, that RAG is actually not only work on the trained data, but if the information is getting up to date, right? So it try to retrieve that up to date information also without retraining the model. So this thing, if is not there during the modeling, then this hallucination can occur. After this, example of hallucination. An LLM might generate a false historical event or incorrect scientific fact. For instance, stating that Albert Einstein was born in 1900 is a clear hallucination. So, if the information what we are getting as a response, very confidently LLM provide you the information, but it might be possible can be wrong or can be incorrect. So, this causes the hallucination. Now we're going to understand the impact of this hallucination on user. Hallucination can lead to misinformation. Basically, it mislead you from the correct or accurate information, reduce the reliability of AI system. Because if you are getting incorrect information, if you are getting inaccurate response, so obviously that reliability on an AI system automatically will get dropped down. User may lose trust in the technology if they frequently encounter the inaccurate information there. So that trust what we generally have on AI, that will get the proper and accurate response, automatically will get dropped down. Then after, detection challenges. Detecting hallucination can be challenging as the generated text often appear coherent and plausible. It requires verification against reliable source to identify inaccuracy. So if you get the inaccurate response, so obviously you have to work on it again and again to get the correct response. And at last also, maybe we'll not sure that what we are getting at last as a final response is correct or is incorrect. So that challenges we have to face if we are having this hallucination in LLM. After that, need for addressing it. Mitigating hallucination is crucial and important for maintaining the credibility and usefulness of AI system. Ensuring accuracy enhance user trust and the overall effectiveness of LLM. It not only enhance the user trust, but if we get the accurate response, then only we can proceed further for the next step. So everything will get stopped if you are getting the inaccurate response or the response which is not relatable or relevant, okay, with the query what we are asking for. So here, that need for addressing it means that ensuring accuracy enhances user trust also and the overall effectiveness of LLM as well. Now, how does RAG help mitigate hallucination? How it is helpful to overcome this problem? So first is integration of retrieval. In this, you can see on the screen that RAG mitigate hallucination by integrating the retrieval component that access accurate information RAG always retrieve the relevant and accurate and up-to-date information. So try to integrate that. This ensures that the generated response are based on and will be based on the up-to-date info. After that, enhance the accuracy. Automatically, it will enhance, because if you are having the up-to-date info, accurate info, so the accuracy automatically will get enhanced and improved. So by retrieving relevant document or data, RAG provide a factual basis of generating text. This reduces the likelihood of the model predicting the inaccurate or fabricated information. Next is contextual relevance. Now, what does it mean? That RAG always ensures that the retrieved information should be very contextually relevant and relatable and accurate to the user query. It should get matched with the query what we are asking. So, this helps the model generate the responses that are both accurate and appropriate. After that, real-time data access. RAG not only work on the data which is there we have in knowledge base, pre-defined knowledge base, it try to fetch the up-to-date current information as well. So RAG system can access real-time information, which is very important point what we have in RAG, that it can access real-time information. So that's why, because of that reason, it keeps model knowledge current. So basically, if we get the up-to-date information, so accuracy automatically will get maintained. This is particularly useful for answering question about recent event or rapidly changing feeds, like news channel. In news channel, we cannot keep the old or historical information only. We have to be very updated there. And in financial market, like a stock market, that detail should always be up to date, right? So in those type of fields, this is very important to have. Next is feedback mechanism. User feedback on the accuracy of response can be used to improve the retrieval and generation process. Continuous learning from the feedback help refine the system and reduce hallucination over time. So if you continue learn from the feedback, and if you continue work based on the feedback, refine your response, automatically it will reduce the hallucination issue. Next comes continuous improvement. RAG systems are designed to improve continuously by incorporating new data, up-to-date data, and refining the retrieved algorithm. So if you are getting a response, and if you use that feedback loop, so based on that, it start working on refining the retrieval algorithm. And if it start refining that, if it continuously improve on the information, so you will get the accurate outcome at last. This ongoing enhancement further reduces the occurrence of hallucination. So that's how RAG help mitigate hallucination. After that, we're going to understand this RAG, how it is helpful in LLM, and what is the process, what all are the steps that should be covered while using RAG in LLM. We're going to discuss next. So now, before we implement RAG using LangChain, we're going to understand the steps to implement this RAG with LangChain. First step would be install required libraries. You can see here that begin by installing LangChain and other necessary libraries using PIP. Use the command pip install LangChain transformer FAISS and then CPU. It actually is helpful, because if you are going to use, you have to install all the required libraries first, then only you will be able to move further. Then the next step is setting up the environment. Import required libraries and set up the environment for LangChain and RAG. Initialize necessary configuration, what configuration you required for retrieval and generation component, that you need to be taken care of. Next is prepare data. You have to load the data, and you have to pre-process your data set to create a knowledge base, because knowledge base is what basically used to store the information, okay, from various database I said, and from various sources. So you have to load and pre-process your data set to create a knowledge base. From there, you will be able to get the response through generation process. Ensure the data is in format suitable for retrieval, such as document or text-based passages. After, the next step is initialize retrieval component. You have to initialize retrieval component. Why? Because based on the query, it starts searching the relevant information. So, set up the retrieval component using LangChain built-in function. Configure the retrieval setting to define how the data will be accessed and ranked. And then the configure generation component. After retrieval, of course, the generation component will be there. So you have to initialize that component using a pre-trained language model like GPT-3 or 4. Set up the model to generate the text based on retrieved information. So when you will set this, then only you will be able to get the response based on the retrieved information what you have here. Then integrate retrieval and generation. Combine both components to create the final RAG system. Ensure seamless integration so that the retrieved data inform the text generation process there. Test and refine. This is the last step where you can see that test the RAG system with sample queries. We're going to then after give the query, sample query, and just to get the surety that whether it works correctly, whether it's working correctly or not. Refine the retrieval and generation parameters based on the result for optimal performance. Now we're going to understand the simple example to demonstrate this complete process. So first step would be install LangChain, second would be import libraries, third would be load and pre-process data, fourth would be initialize retrieval component, then after configure the generation component, after that create RAG chain, and at last test the system by giving the sample query. Now let's understand the future of RAG. As we have understood how to implement RAG in LangChain, we're going to understand what is the future of RAG. So upcoming trends and innovation in RAG are integration with real-time data. Future RAG system will increasingly integrate with real-time data because now the things are keep changing, right? So the data what we are working on again and again we have to refine it, right? So if the real-time data is getting changed and getting up to date, so this RAG system will increasingly integrate with those. This will enhance the relevance and timeliness of generated response, making them more useful for dynamic application. Next is improved retrieval algorithm. Now what it is, advances in retrieval algorithm will allow for faster and more accurate information. And if the retrieval algorithm will get improved more, so obviously that advanced part of that advanced version of that will give you better result at last. So enhancing the algorithm, making it more advanced will improve the quality of the retrieved data. That will be more than up-to-date version, means that up-to-date will be there, but the accuracy will get enhanced there. Multimodal RAG system. Now what it is, combining text with other data types like images, audio and video. This will enable more contextually rich response, expanding the application of RAG. It will be more helpful in various applications where we are using RAG. Then after, enhance security and privacy. Innovation will focus on improving data security and user privacy in RAG system. Because if we use a vast amount of data, we should take care of the data could be sensitive, and there we have to be very careful. So this enhanced security and privacy do what? It actually secure data handling practices, and it will be critical as this system handle sensitive information there. After that, scalability improvement. RAG system will become more scalable, handling larger data set and more complex queries. This will enable their use in broader and more demanding application. Right now we have discussed few application. Somewhere it is not in use in that level, but if we improve the scalability, we can we can use this RAG system in more demanding application as well. Now the next part is we're going to talk about that potential impact and advancement of RAG. advancement in AI research. First, RAG will drive significant advancement in AI research, pushing the boundaries of what is possible with AI. Researcher will explore new architectures, new method, new different ways to improve the retrieval and generation. After that, enhanced decision making. If business and organization will use this RAG, so that they can enhance the decision making process also. Access to accurate and up-to-date information will get the accurate and up-to-date information, so that will improve the strategic planning and operation. So basically, overall, it will be helpful in taking a decision correctly and accurately. Increased accessibility to information. RAG system will make information more accessible to a broader audience. We can use in a different domain where right now, if we are not be able to use this RAG, there also you can use the RAG to get the accurate response properly. Now user will benefit from accurate and relevant information tailored to their need regardless of their background. After that, revolutionizing customer service, it will lead to higher customer satisfaction and more efficient support system. Improved healthcare solution in medical also, it will be more helpful and beneficial. It will not only work on the latest research of medical, but it will give you more up to date or what will be the future of that after that research, the up to date research information what generally RAG provide you, right? After that, what can be there in the future, that also you can get easily. So this will improve diagnostic, the accuracy and patient care leveraging the latest medical advancement. So it will not only give you the up-to-date medical information and research, and it will give you what comes next. That also will be there. After that, economic growth. So this is also an impact of RAG. The widespread adoption of RAG will contribute to economic growth. How? Business will become more efficient and innovative. It actually save your time, right? So there obviously the efficiency will get increased, innovation obviously will get increased. It will lead to new market opportunities and job creation. So now we're going to understand how to use RAG in LLM via hands-on. First, we're going to import some necessary libraries. So what they are and what is the purpose of those libraries, we'll understand step by step. So the first is we're going to import the first library, which is pip install LangChain community. What is the use of this? It is used for building the various applications using language models. Now we're going to give other library, another one, which is C transformer. So pip install C transformer. So basically it focuses on efficient usage. Okay. Next we're going to import what? Pip install transformer. So these are like the Hugging Face libraries for model like Bird GPT. Next, the next library which we're going to give here is, now we're going to give another library which is also very important to use in this, and that is basically FAISS CPU. Okay. So basically this library is efficient. It is used for efficient similarity search and clustering the dense vectors. Okay. After this, we're going to give another one which is pip install sentence transformers. So this library is for sentence embedding. Okay. So next you can see on the screen that pip install LangChain Hugging Face. What is the use of this library? Basically, it is used to build LangChain, or we can say language model applications. Okay, so these all are very important libraries which we have to install while applying the RAG in LLM, while performing the hands-on part. So as you can see on the screen, we have given all the important libraries that needs to be installed before giving the code. Once it will get installed, then we're going to use the libraries from these all. Okay, so next we're going to import the libraries and we're going to load the model. So basically you can see that few things are downloading over here and few are already satisfied. Okay, so once it will get finished, we'll move to the next code. So now all the required libraries that needs to be installed before we start the coding, it's already done over here. As you can see, it is installed, and if it is already there, then you can see the message that required already satisfied. Now we'll going to give the libraries and we're going to load the model. As you can see, I have given the code. So from LangChain community, what we are importing C transformer, from transformer what we are importing that auto tokenizer, auto model. Why we're going to use it, that we're going to understand step by step while using these libraries during our coding part. Okay, so here you can see that we have given the libraries and we have given all the required models also, which we're going to use for further modeling. When I'll run this code, it will take a time because step by step it will import all the required libraries over here. Now, next step is what we're going to load the LLM using C transformer. How we're going to do? So for that we have a code that I'll going to show you over here. So now you can see over here on the screen that we have created a variable LLM in which we are using C transformers and we are using a model that is the block llama 2 7B GGML, and the type of this model is llama. What is the meaning of this code is basically that we are loading the model by using C transformer. So let's run this code and it's done. You can see that it's fetching the details and the model which we have used from there. Once it will get done, then we'll move to the next code. So now you can see that we have used over here the model by using C transformer library. Now the next task is to load the tokenizer and model for embeddings. How to do that? First we have to create a variable with the name tokenizer, and in that we're going to use what? Auto tokenizer from pre-trained. In that we're going to type sentence transformer. What is the use of this? I'll let you know. So first in tokenizer we are using auto tokenizer. From that we are giving from pre-trained sentence transformer, and after that we're going to use all mini LM L6 V2. Now what it is? This should be hyphen. So it loads a pre-trained tokenizer. As you can see from pre-trained. So it actually load the pre-trained tokenizer from where? From mini LM L6 V2 model. Okay. So this is the meaning of this. As what we are doing here, we are loading the tokenizer and the model for what? Embedding. So that we have done. Now let's run this code. Now the next part over here, you can see after loading this, we're going to load the mini LM model. And why we're going to do that? We're going to do this for generating the embeddings. So first we have loaded the tokenizer. Now we're going to load what? The model. So the next code you can see on the screen is loading the model for embedding. So once we load the model for embedding, we have loaded till now that tokenizer and model both for the embedding part. Next step is what? We're going to define the embedding text. For that, we're going to create a function. So first I'll give the code over here, define embed text. And in that user defined function, we're going to give some inputs. So for that, we're going to create a variable inputs tokenizer. What it will use? Text return tensors. Now the next code over here is, after giving this, we're going to use the torch.noGrade function, and in that we're going to use what? The output last hidden state. So basically it is what we're going to understand once I'll give the code over here. So that is output equal to model within bracket inputs. In embeddings, what we're going to use? This output dot last hidden state dot mean dimension we are using equal to 1, and then CPU dot numpy, and at last return this code is basically we are creating over a user defined function, and it's converting the text into what? The embedding using the model. Which model we have used over here is mini LM model. So by using that model, we are converting the text into what? Into the embeddings. So once we'll run this code, then we can use this function in our further process. So let's understand what we're going to do next. We're going to get the embedding dimension. How to get the embedding dimension? That we're going to understand by giving a code. So now you can see over here that we have given step by step all the code. First we have given the embedding dimension, how to get this by giving this code over here. If we want to initialize the index for the embedding, that we have to create a variable in which we have to use FISS library, and in that we have to take the index for that embedding dimensions. Now after that we're going to store the document in memory doc store, that will get stored. By using this function we're going to store. Next is create an index to docstore id mapping. So index to docstore id, we are creating a dictionary over here in which everything will get stored. Okay, then after we're going to create a vector store in which we are calling FAISS library, and in that we are calling all the variable whichever we have created till now. Okay, we're going to give in this function, and once we'll run this, next process would be what the last code basically is doing over here, that vector store. It's actually creating a FAISS vector store, and it manage and search the document embedding. Now the next is to prepare your document. How to prepare a document? For that we're going to give a code. So the next step is to prepare your document. So as you can see that I have given few documents from, and in that document I am giving few statements, right? So when I ask at last a query based on this document, I'll get automatically the answer of that. So let's run this first, and then we'll move to the step 4. Now what will be the step 4? You can see on the screen that I have given that code, that is text equal to doc.page underscore content for doc in document. For now, I'll give you a brief about that we are embedding the document and adding them to the vector store. But the meaning of the first code, you can see on the screen that first code over here, you can see text equal to doc.page content. What basically it is doing over here, it actually extracting the text from where is actually extracting the text content from each document. It is extracting in the document list. Okay, so the first is extracting the text content. Next, you can see that over here I have given a code that for I embedding enumerate embeddings, and in that I'm using a loop basically over here. So it is doing what? It is actually adding each embedding to the FISS index, and you can see over here that I have given that index to doc store ID equal to doc I page content. What it is basically mean, what is the meaning of this particular code is, it's actually mapping the index entry and where to the corresponding document content. Okay, so the meaning of this we have already understood. Let's run this code. So now the next one is defining a simple retriever. This code basically do what? As you can see, I have given a user defined function over here that defines simple retriever. Within a bracket, I am giving a query as an input. So basically this function retrieves the most relevant query. Okay, so to retrieve the most relevant query, we are creating this function over here. Let's run this code. And you can see that how we have given over here a code that query underscore embedding equal to embed text query, and then we are giving that di equal to index dot search. So these all are basically for what? Just they do by comparing its embedding to those in FISS index. So by comparing that from the FISS index, we can get the most relevant query. Okay. Next is we'll going forward and we'll give the next code. Now the next is creating a rag chain. For that we are calling a class and with the name simple retrieval QA. So the meaning of this class, it initializes a QA system. First point. Second, as I can see on the screen, that it is initializing a QA system with what? With a language model and a retriever. Okay, so here we are calling the language model also, we are giving the code for retriever also, and by using that this class is initializing a QA system. After, once we run this code, let me explain you the second part also. We are defining a function over here, run self query and context equal to self dot retriever, within bracket we are giving query over here. So this method is doing what? Is actually retrieves the context and for a query. So whatever the query will going to give, so for that is actually retrieving that context for a query and it generate an answer. So if at last when you give a query, by using this it will generate the answer based on the query what you will going to ask. Okay. Now we're going to do what? The next step. So the next step over here is what? We're going to ask a question using the RAG model. As my query over here is what is LangChain. So based on the document I shared, based on the function which I have created, based on the class which I have called over here to create the LangChain, I will going to give this query over here is what is LangChain, and answer from where it will fetch QA underscore chain dot run, within that the question what we have asked. So QA chain is basically what? Where you can see here that we are creating a rag chain and it is used for basically to retrieve the context for the query. So once we'll run this code, you will get the answer that what is LangChain over here. So as you can see, after giving the question, after asking the question using RAG model and how we are getting the answer from the RAG model, then you can see what is purpose LangChain and it is giving the complete output based on the query what we have asked over here. So that's how we can use the RAG in LLM, and I want you now to go and check all these codes, apply it manually and understand how it works. So let's talk about what we have discussed so far. First, we have discussed the limitation of LLM, such as computational resources, data dependency, performance issue, etc. Then Retrieval Augmented Generation, that is RAG, combine language generation with information retrieval to enhance the text accuracy. Then after, RAG reduces hallucination and provide more accurate, contextually relevant responses. Using tools like LangChain, RAG system can be set up to retrieve and generate information seamlessly. The future of RAG is that the innovation will integrate real-time data, improve personalization, and expand application across various fields. So this is all about RAG and how to implement RAG in LLM, how it will be beneficial for you to use. We have completely covered here. I want you to now explore about this RAG more and try to work on it and understand how we can make our response better and more accurate. Thank you.
Hi everyone, in today's video we will dive into the fascinating world of LLMs, specifically using OpenAPI's GPT, which is one of the most advanced LLMs available. We will explore what LLMs are, why they are important, and how you can harness the power to build a simple email template generator app for Android. What are LLMs and why they are important? Large language models or LLMs are a type of artificial intelligence designed to understand and generate human-like text. They are trained on vast amounts of data and can perform a wide range of language tasks, from answering questions to drafting emails and even writing code. Today, we will be using GPT, a state-of-the-art LLM developed by OpenAI. It is capable of understanding and generating text with remarkable accuracy and coherence. Let's get started with our demonstration. We will be building an Android application that generates email templates for sick leave and casual leave using GPT. As you know that we are going to create an email generator app, first let me tell you what are the different softwares which are required for having this app being generated. Since we are implementing an Android app, we need to have an Android Studio editor. So for that, you need to go to the website of Android Studio editor, which is developer.android.com studio. And then when you open the website there, you can see a link called as Download Android Studio. And once you click on download, it will ask for your terms and conditions to be accepted. So you can read these terms and conditions, and in the end, you can just click on I have agreed on the terms and conditions and click on download, and you can see that the file is being downloaded. Once you download the file from your Android Studio website, you need to see this Android Studio 2024 and the version of it. So you have to click on this and execute the steps which it follows. Since I have already installed Android Studio, I'm not going to follow the steps. So you can just carefully follow the steps which it is giving on the screen and try to install the software IDE onto your laptop. The next thing which we will be doing is we will try to create an API key here. So to have this API key, I'm using ChatGPT OpenAI platform for creating this key. So I have already logged into my ChatGPT OpenAPI key. Even if you have a free version or a paid version, it's fine. Free version will have the usage limits for your API keys, but still you can be able to use those API keys and have your apps being generated there. So as you open your platform.openai.com, this is the page what you see when the website is open. You have to go to your login, to your user profile over here, and then if you see over here, you can see user API keys, right? Since we are trying to create a new API key, we need to set create new API key. This field is optional, so I will just give it as app here, just to say that I'm creating an API for this email template generator app here. And then when I click on create secret key, the key is being generated. So we have given the permission read and write API resources, right? So this secret API key is needs to be kept very confidentially, because there can be some data breaches which can happen. So you just have to copy this and keep it very safely. So I'm just trying to open a notepad over here, and I will try to have this generated key saved over here so that I can use that in my program when I'm trying to implement this email generator app. As you can see that my Android Studio is being installed and we are opening the Android Studio here. So now we will try to create a project for your email generator app using your LLMs. So what is the first step which you need to do is you need to go to File, go to New and then New Project, and then you can just click on Empty Activity and go to Next over here, and then you can give a name for your app. Here I'm trying to give a name like Email Generator App. Okay, and you can see that the package name is com.example.emailGeneratorApp, and this is my save location, and my SDK is the default SDK which I'm using over here, and my build configuration is Kotlin DSL, which is the recommended version for this app. I'm not changing any of the default configurations here, so I'm just trying to click on finish. This will take some time and a new project will be created. So now you can see that the project is open and we have two folders called as app and then Gradle script. So we will see one by one what are these folders and how will they help us in trying to implement this app over here. So we will just open Gradle scripts over here. We have some of the configuration files you can see over here like build.gradle.kts, and then you have libs.version.toml. All these files are actually required for having your configurations being run there. Okay, the only thing what we will be changing over here is your build.gradle.kts file. This build.gradle file will help you in trying to add those configurations and the required dependencies which will help you in trying to have this app being generated over there, right? And then we will also this build.gradle file will also help you in trying to figure out or you can say debug or try to test your tool and help you analyze with how the configurations are being set and how the dependencies are being used over there, right? So the only thing which we would be changing over here is we will be trying to add the dependencies which are required for our app here. Okay, so you can see that I have just added the dependencies of your Android and JUnit and Expresso. All these dependencies I have added based on our app here. And once you have modified your Gradle file, you need to actually sync your project, which will help you in trying to work properly with those dependencies. So I'm trying to sync the project now. So this will also take a while, but you can see if the sync is successful or not. If the sync is successful, it means that the dependencies are added successfully. If not, you need to check out on the errors and try to debug what sort of errors are there, and you need to figure out what the problems are and try to fix that. Basically, you will not have any errors there though, because we are only adding the dependencies over here. Now you can see that the sync is successful. If the sync is not successful, it will show you errors in this problems terminal over here. There are some warnings, but we can just leave those warnings as such over here because it's just telling us to update the newer version, but we are just trying to use the versions which are apt for our email generator app now. So that's all about your Gradle script. Now moving to this folder app, which is our main folder which will help you in trying to add those functionalities to your app, wherein you will be able to add those input text fields, your buttons, all those things, and how to interface between your front end and your backend over here with the help of your API keys over here, right? So you can see that in app we have manifest file, we have Kotlin Java file, and then we have your REST file over here. So we will just explore one by one what exactly these are and what are the changes are we going to have being incorporated in these files. So in your manifest file, you have Android manifest.xml file. So if you see this Android manifest.xml file, this file will help you in trying to give the critical informations for your Android system, and also it will help you in trying to access the permissions which you're trying to give over here. So we will just try to not modify much over here, but we will just try to add the connectivity with the help of one line, that is your internet access. We'll try to add that over here. So you can see that the only thing which I added over here is the user permission, wherein I'm telling that the user Android needs the internet permission since we are trying to interact with the APIs over here. So this is the only one line change which we are doing in this file. Okay, next we will move on to this kotlin.java file. This is our main package, that is your com.example.emailGeneratorApp email generator app. So we will just try to explore this, what exactly it is there. This is our main activity.kotlin file. It is actually the main entry point for your app, wherein you will be trying to define the user interfaces. You will be also giving the API key which you have just generated, and try to have that functionality being added there. Right? So we will first try to create the user interface, then we will try to add the functionalities of your fetching APIs and trying to have those request and responses in your main.kt file. So what exactly do we have to do when we are trying to have the layout set for your app? So you just have to go to this res folder over here. You can see that there are few files over here, drawable MIP map values in XML. So we will just try to create a folder called as layout folder. So when you're trying to create, just right click on the res folder and then go to your Android resource directory, and then you just try to give your resource type as layout and then click on OK. Okay, so you can see that the folder has been created over here. Now we just have to create a file over here. Again, we will right click on it, go to new, go to your layout resource file over here. It will ask you for the name. So we will just give the name as activity main, and then you can see that the file is being created. So this will give you the layout of how the app will look like. So I'm just going to go on the constraint layout and go to XML, because I need to do some modifications in trying to add your text buttons and your radio buttons over here, right? So we will try to add those text and radio buttons over here. Okay, so you can see that I have created a linear layout over here, wherein I have an edit text, and then I have two buttons over here, one for generating a sick leave email and the other one for generating a casual leave email. And then I have a text view which will actually give the response. In this text view, it will give the response of my generate casual leave email and your sick leave email. Then what's the next thing which we need to do? The next thing which we need to do is we need to try to modify your colors, strings and your themes.xml file. Next thing we need to do is we need to check out on the user interactions. We will try to modify your colors.xml, string.xml, and we'll also try to add some of the styles for your XML. So I'm just opening colors.xml and I'm just trying to refine it based on the details of your color formats, based on how I want the app to be as. This string.xml manages your text resources. The color.xml manages your color resources. Now we will try to create the styles.xml. Again, right click, go to new values resource file over here, and then you can give the file name as styles. Click on OK. A file is opened over there. This file will help you in trying to manage and theme your text. Now that we have created the layout, we will just try to add the API which we created in our main activity file, so that we can have that interface being generated. So this is our main activity.kt file. Here you can see that I have created a private function over here to send the query, and I'm using the URL https://api.openapi.com, which is the URL which we used for creating your API. And the model which we are using here is GPT 3.5 Turbo, and then the prompt is query, and then the maximum token what we have defined is 150 over here. Right, and then we have defined the request body, and on response what the body has to be given over here. So it's just a simple file wherein you're just trying to use your API keys, try to send a request and try to retrieve a response file there, right? And you can see that you have created a variable called as API key, and the generated API key which we had generated using our ChatGPT, you can just copy paste the API here, right? Now we will try to execute the files, and we will try to see if the app is generated on the Android mobile or not, right? So to do that, we will first try to figure out if there are any errors or not. So we will go to the file, we will go to build, we will first try to clean the project. It will take some time. Okay, we have cleaned the project now. Now we will try to rebuild the project. So now you can see that the Gradle build has been finished. So you can just see over here if there are any errors or not, you'll be able to figure out here, right? To run this application, we will be using an Android mobile. So I will be telling you what are the settings which you need to do so that you will be able to access your Android mobile for this app. Let me tell you how the settings you need to do when you're trying to have your Android app as your physical device to run this app, right? You just have to go to settings over here, and then go to your about phone And after you have clicked your about phone, go to your software information, and here you can see there is something called as build number. So you try to tap that build number and it will tell you how many times it has to tap for the developer options to open. And then it is asking for my PIN here. I'm just trying to give my password here of the mobile. And then you can see that a message popped in like developer options have been enabled. So how do we check that? Go back to the screen, and then you can see that after your about home page, you have your developer options being installed here, right? So just click on your developer options over here, and then after that you can see that the developer options have been on over here, since we need to sync your app, whatever you have constructed in your Android IDE to this mobile. So what you just need to do is click on enable your USB debugging. You need to enable your USB debugging. So it will ask you whether USB debugging is intended for development. You just say OK, and then you will be able to access your device through your Android mobile. So I'm trying to click on OK, allow. Now we will click on the Run tab here. So we will see that the project is built and it is launched onto your Android mobile. Now you can see that the app is successfully installed onto your mobile. So we'll just check this out. So you can see over here, so I'll just try to give a prompt here that I have fever and need 2 days rest. So after this, I'm just trying to click on generate, and when I click on generate casual leave email, it will create a casual leave email. So this is how it is easy to build your LLM app. A simple app is what we have created here. Congratulations, you have successfully built an email template generator app using GPT. We have covered the basics of LLMs, set up our development environment, and created a functional Android application.
Now let's summarize what we have covered in this course. We started with an introduction to Google Gemini Pro 1.5, exploring its features and comparing it with other models, setting the stage for understanding advanced generative AI. We then moved on to building generative AI applications using Python, focusing on practical aspects like setting up environments and developing apps. Next, we covered LangChain, learning how to use its core concepts for creating sophisticated AI-driven applications. We also explored Retrieval Augmented Generation, that is RAG, explaining how it enhances large language models by integrating retrieval and generation for improved accuracy. Finally, we guided you through creating your first LLM app for Android mobiles, demonstrating the steps to implement and execute a functional AI application on mobile devices. Thank you for joining this course. If you found this content helpful, subscribe for more insights into AI and app development. See you in the next video.